and for setting a clear, forward-looking direction for the conversations ahead. Thank you, sir, for your time, leadership, and valuable insights. May I request everyone to join me in expressing our sincere appreciation with a warm round of applause. Before we move on to the next segment, requesting all delegates and all guests to kindly put their mobile phones on silent. Thank you. We now move to a special address. It's my privilege to invite Mr. Tanmay Maheshwari, Managing Director of Amar Ujala, a leader representing one of India's most respected media institutions with a legacy rooted in credibility and public trust. Sir, we look forward to it.
Good morning everyone. आप सभी को मेरा नमस्कार. Addressing this after the amazingly insightful and in-depth session of the Honorable Minister is a challenge in itself, because of most of the notes which I had made are actually exactly resonating with which the Honorable Minister had said. I would also like to welcome Mr. Krishnan, who has just joined us. How are you, sir? Also a very warm welcome to Lautia ji, and to all my colleagues, fellow speakers. Thanks a lot for taking out time and joining us on this day. The theme of this year's conclave: the new world order of news. And it's really good to see various participants from media, from big tech. Durga is here. A lot of our folks from the technology companies. All of us come here to collaborate and co-create. But I start with a quick story as always. This is of the AI summit which happened recently. My colleague, Pavanji, and me, during the summit, had an opportunity to meet one of the AI industry leaders. He was talking about the model layer, the application layer, the power layer, and we candidly asked him, what about the content layer? He looked at us and said, we will figure it out. I said, but sir, will there be ever a model where we plan to coexist? Because ultimately, content is the oil for this engine. He said, no issues. We guys will find a way out. And then he said, I don't think so. Something large is going to happen in this entire domain. Then I went deeper into it. And I said, how does these models get trained? And I came across a lot of companies who act as content mafias, who would crawl data from us and feed it into all these algorithms. Companies like Crawl, Puppeteer, Curl, etc. are doing it at a global level. So I have a question for all of you. Whom are we competing with? 2 years back, we were competing with each other. But now, we compete with reels of dancing uncles, the meme pages, AI-generated cats reading the Constitution, And of course, that one uncle in the family who would break the news on the WhatsApp even before it has happened. But above all of it, are we unknowingly being forced to compete with the fake news? Attention is the new oil. And unfortunately, my dear friends, it is being drilled by the algorithms, deep fakes, and the clickbaits. In the Indian context, 800 million plus internet users, 600 million plus smartphone users, the cheapest data in the world, it is the breeding ground for all the experiments. We are not just a digital nation. We are a hyper-digital active society. But here is the irony. We are making more content than ever. We are consuming more content than ever. And yet, the media ecosystem is more fragile than ever. So, should the future be just digital? Or a country deserves a future which is digital, credible, and contextual. AI can summarize. AI can translate. AI can optimize headlines. But I think that AI cannot attend a village panchayat in a 45-degree heat and understand the pain of a local villager and share it with the nation so that his voice is heard. All of us in this room have a responsibility that the voices should be heard. The propagandas should be curtailed, and the nation should grow. And let's be honest, the nation will grow through trust. India is not one media market. It is 28 media markets, hundreds of dialect ecosystems. The Bharat internet is rising. In 2035, it will not matter who gives the loudest notification. What will really matter is the trust, credibility, transparency, and the sustainability curve. The winners will be a combination of technology, ethics, and business sense. The Honorable Minister was kind enough to express his views on the importance of content and on the threats of the fake news. Also, it is heartening to see the way the big tech is also taking baby steps to recognize this issue. But journalism has survived everything. I am an eternal optimist. The printing press once disrupted the kings. Television disrupted politics. Digital disrupted advertising in era 1 and era 2. Now AI is disrupting everything. But journalism has survived each and every disruption phase because the society cannot function without informed citizens. And it is our duty, responsibility, and our core work to ensure that the people of this country always have an access to truthful, verified content, and they can always differentiate between what's fake and what's true. So I hope that during the day, we will come up with more ideas, more thoughts on how can we become better as a nation, better as a society, and how can we improve our fabric. And how can we not lead into an era where a cat narrates the news and a bot decides the future of our children. Jai Hind.
Requesting Ms. Mariam to kindly join us on stage to present a token of our appreciation to Mr. Tanmay. Thank you, Mr. Maheshwari. Please, for your thoughtful and forward-looking address. Please, 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 please. Your insights have set a strong foundation for the discussions ahead and reinforced the responsibility that comes with shaping public discourse. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause. Thank you. We now move to our first fireside chat, the regulatory reset, governing India's digital communications in the AI era. Please welcome to the stage Mr. S. Krishnan, Secretary of MeitY, Government of India, and our moderator, Mr. Pawan Agarwal, Deputy Managing Director of Dainik Bhaskar. Before we begin the conversation, I would like to request Mr. Agarwal to kindly felicitate Mr. Krishnan with a token of our appreciation. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for Mr. S. Krishnan. Thank you, gentlemen. Mr. Agarwal, the floor is yours.
A very good morning to a very august audience here this morning. And thank you, Mr. Krishnan, for being with us today. I don't know why they named it Fireside Chat. There is no fire here. There's not going to be any fire here. There's going to be only ice here. I spoke to Mr. Krishnan that we want to hear from him, the real advices from the ministry, which is shaping the future of this country's digital ecosystem, especially the news ecosystem as we speak today. And we want to really learn from him how the ministry and the industry can work together and the platforms can work together to find not just the next couple of years, but the next couple of generations for news to survive and thrive, not just survive, thrive, gentlemen, in this country. So on that note, thank you, Mr. Krishnan, once again. And I want to pick up this point from Mr. Vaishnav's address this morning, as well as at the AI Summit, where he spoke about the importance of fair compensation for all the news publishers. I want to hear from you, from the ministry's perspective, how do you see this translating into a workable framework? I mean, Minister spoke about it, that he requested the platforms to see how they can work together, how it can be fairer, how can it be better. How do you see this being a workable framework?
I think, yeah, there's one part of it is to sometimes when you want to create something which is workable. Let me first thank the Digital News Publishers Association for having me one more time at your annual event, and I think it's an honor to be here, and truly coming right after the AI Summit. I think this is an important follow-up discussion. To your point on how do we create a workable platform, I think it is essential to recognize why we want to do it. And then you'd be able to design it better, and you'd be able to get the principles right, and then that would enable you to make it really workable. And why we want to do it is because there's a social duty and there's a social necessity of having authenticated content. Content is important, and somebody needs to authenticate the content, somebody needs to take responsibility for it, and any content which is authenticated and curated clearly needs to have a sort of a priority, or needs to be more privileged than any other content which is just randomly put up there. So once you recognize that principle, that any society needs this, any democratic society, any forward-looking society needs this particular structure, then you determine saying that yes, if this needs to be privileged and if this needs to survive, then it can't be a race to the bottom in terms of compensation. Then it means that you need journalists, you need content creators, you need people who write this for a living. And if they have to be compensated and they have to be taken care of, clearly you need a fair compensation figure. Then that means, again, I mean, Mr. Maheshwari in his speech was talking about how advertising has changed. And the way that media gets paid for, I mean, apart from subscription, is advertising revenue. So one part of it is sheer quality, and because you're good, somebody will pay to read what you write, and therefore, there is a subscription revenue. Another part of it is, even if somebody is not willing to pay, there is someone else because your content is good and they know that many people will come and see what you have to say, they will pay for the advertising, and therefore you need to get a fair bit of that advertising revenue from the platform companies in order for you to survive, and that needs to be taken care of. Now, this is a process which needs to be ensured, and I think this has been a discussion which has been going on for some time. In some senses, some of this is also covered in the working paper that DPIIT has put out, because in terms of copyrighted content, how does it get looked at?
So within that, how do you see the role of trusted publishers?
No,
the
that
paper
is exactly
which
the
DPIIT
point.
is working on, speaks of publishers, but where do you see the role of trusted publisher in that?
That is precisely the point I'm coming to, that society needs this kind of curated and trusted content. Since society needs it, we have to figure out a way by which this compensation works. So now, within you, there could be multiple ways. There's a distribution channel. The distribution channel needs to pay you, and that is a platform company. The platform company gets to see the revenue. And therefore, there needs to be some clarity on how you discuss with the platform companies and figure out how this gets distributed, or how it gets sort of worked out. I'm sure technologically there should be a way in terms of what gets published where, and what kind of advertising finds its way to a particular what you call a property, and then figuring out from there how you actually share it. That could be a process of negotiation, or that could be, and ideally it should be that, because it's a question of internally there are variations in quality. Somebody who does better quality needs to be rewarded more. And if we sort of try and fix anything which is ad hoc and across the board, it doesn't work in the interest of quality. It reduces everybody again down to the same level. There needs to be a framework where the negotiation takes place. There probably need to be some maxima and minima, saying this is the maximum that you can go to and you can't drop below this. But within that, give flexibility for people to figure out where they want to strike a particular bargain. And that clearly needs to emerge.
So, sir, on that point, should our industry expect sector-specific AI guidelines and not for media and content? Because what DPIIT is dealing with is all kinds of content. It is news, it is music, it is film. Should the industry expect sector-specific, especially for news? Any guideline for that?
We'll have to examine that. You see, thus far, I think the way we have dealt with data and everything else is that there would be a general framework, and then within that, sectorally a view could be taken. If you look at how we have viewed the data protection framework, that's how it's been dealt with there. Now, as far as news creators are concerned, at some level it's the same thing. At some level it is copyright, at some level it is the creators' rights and so on. Only thing is, certain kinds of creators, the lifespan of what they create lasts much longer. If you're writing a long novel, or if you've created a painting, or if you've created a movie, it's some artwork, then that's a different thing. When you're talking about news is more ephemeral in the sense that it's relevant today, maybe not so relevant in the next 1 year from now, but may again become relevant because it's archived and available. 50 years from now, if you're going to look back, then the archival records may be important. So it depends. I think at some level, there is still the copyright issue which dominates this. At some level, it is also that there's a deeper societal role in terms of bringing it out faster, and therefore it may not be on par with an artwork in terms of being eternal, but it is important enough for society to happen. So clearly, we will have to have a specific approach to this area. Historically, legally, we've had that specific approach, and we need to have that specific approach. But it's not that it's completely divorced from the idea of a copyright.
And sir, if I were to ask you, how can the government and the publishers collaborate to bring this clarity? What kind of a collaboration can be created?
I think we need to, in practically all the lawmaking that my ministry has done, we have tended to consult extensively, and we are happy to be part of a consultation process when this whole thing, this framework works out. Of course, your concerns fall within, 3 or 4 ministries, but that's for government to internally figure out as to who'll do it.
Yes, so
already
now we are
talked
with
about-
MIB,
There's
MIT, DPIIT,
there is- So, I mean, we'll have to figure out our organization structure. If technology is changing, if things outside in the outside world are changing, we'll have to figure out a way in which
Could
we
we
do it.
expect, sir, a nodal agency dealing with publishers to, because this is a very sensitive topic and requires quick addressal and requires addressal in the next couple
See,
of years?
I can't speak for ministries other than mine, or I cannot say that, everything should be centralized.
If I were to ask you, if
Look,
you had
I
a
mean,
wish list,
the question is, if something has to be delivered, there's a process. See, why do you have a portfolio system in government? You have a portfolio system in order to ensure that interests of particular groups are taken care of in a particular way, and those concerns are addressed. There's a degree of specialization in that area. If there's an overlap, then it's for us to devise internal mechanisms of how we consult amongst ourselves and see that your issue is tackled. So I'm not one who will tell you that, no, this doesn't relate to me, this relates to some other ministry. I would say I'll have to ask all of those ministries and then figure out what our approach is going to be, but we cannot sort of abdicate a responsibility saying, look, I don't deal with this. I deal with this in part. I have to talk to my colleagues in other ministries. We have to figure out a combined approach with which we go forward. That is the nature of our structure. I'm sure internally most of you also have the structure. Occasionally when I talk to some of your reporters or some of the others, they'll say, that is the edit desk, and the edit desk has another view and things. So, you have structures to deal with these issues. We have internal structures. As far as you're concerned, it should not bother you whether there's a nodal agency or a single point of contact. There could be 2 or 3 points of contact. After all, most of what news nowadays, what you thrive on is, this ministry doesn't agree with the other ministry. I mean, it's our job not to agree with each other all the time, right? So it's not news. I mean, it's part of what it is. So we'll figure out a way of how to deal with this. But the issue is important. The issue is relevant. Even if it falls between 2 or 3 ministries, we have to internally figure out a way. And it is of significance enough to be urgent, where we need an intervention of a kind which will make a significant difference.
let me change track. So we are seeing increasing scrutiny of social media platforms globally. How does India, in your view, will balance between free expression and platform accountability? So there's a fine line between
You see,
free
I mean,
expression and platform
let's
accountability.
be very clear. We have constitutionally, we have clarity on the kind of restrictions which can be imposed on free expression. Freedom of expression, the right to freedom of expression is subject to certain restrictions which are contained in Article 19(2) of the Constitution. So those grounds are very clear. So on those grounds, there could be reasonable restrictions on freedom of speech. And the courts have repeatedly upheld that. I don't think in any way the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, when it seeks to regulate what the social media does, goes beyond the constitutional mandate. There are 2 instruments which we use. One instrument is Section 69A, which actually deals with a subset of the restrictions which are available in Article 19(2). So it basically deals with things like public order, security of state, national security, defense of India, those kind of bigger order things. And then there are other issues which 19(2) contains, which is basically defamatory content and obscene content. Now, defamatory and obscene content are dealt with under other laws, and they come within Section 79, the scope of Section 79 of the IT Act. So I don't think anyone in this country who needs to operate in this country can contest that, I will continue to carry content which is violative of the kind of restrictions which law imposes and which are, constitutionally valid limitations. You can't then say that, look, I will continue to do what I feel like. If you want to operate in India, then you have to comply with Indian law. And I don't think the ask of the ministry is anything beyond that. I think we are well within that framework of law. I am very conscious that we need to be within the framework of law when we are dealing with issues of this nature. And I'm also very clear that since the process of law has two limbs to it, one through section 69A and one through section 79, we're very clear as to how we'll operate the two limbs, under what conditions we operate which limb. So I think to that extent, I don't think there can legitimately be agreements. It has been repeatedly been questioned in the courts of law in India, and I think repeatedly the courts have upheld the kind of stance that we have taken, and that it is in compliance with law, and these are lawful restrictions.
So on that note, sir, what expectations does the government actually have from the digital news publishers here in maintaining credibility, public trust, in an environment which is dominated currently by the algorithmic amplification?
I think the most important thing is that if media needs to be taken seriously, then media needs to reflect what is happening. And you know, if media suffers from some credibility gap, then that's when other kinds of content come to the top. So I think that is a question that you have to ask yourself, saying why are people not trusting you, and why are people, seeking other forms of, other channels?
No, so we are, this room is very sure that people trust us, and that's why we exist. We wouldn't exist if people would have lost
people trust you,
trust.
then you shouldn't be asking me that question.
My question was your expectation from us in the age of algorithm
let us be
amplification.
clear. I mean, as a civil servant and as a representative of government, the only ask I will have is follow the law. That's it. I mean, what else can I ask of you? Please be, you function within the four walls of the law, and it's a question of you preserve credibility and trust by ensuring that you follow whatever are the provisions of the law that are there. I mean, that's all we have to ask of you. And thereafter it is, whether you are credible or not credible is something that the people have to judge. It's not for us to judge.
Sir, if I were to ask you one opportunity for deeper government-industry collaboration in the year 2026, what would that be?
Deeper government and industry collaboration. I think, the opportunities that exist to, METI primarily deals with the technology, right? We are agnostic to the content and what goes on top of the technology. I think the opportunity to actually utilize this technology and the opportunity to actually leverage this technology more effectively and to educate people on the possibilities of the technology are immense. And in a context where things are so rapidly changing, keeping people abreast of these developments is something which is very significant and immense. And I think that's something that media can truly play. I don't mean to scaremonger or to sort of, because that there is a risk of doing that sometimes. I think it is to actually objectively and in a balanced way look at what technology can do, reflect all the views that concern that, and see how people can actually adapt to this. Because this is a society-wide issue. It affects everybody, from students all the way up to the elderly. I think everyone is concerned with this, and everyone needs to be informed and educated. And technology somehow suddenly is at the forefront of so much else. Earlier, various other societal issues are there. And sometimes, technology is possibly just a means or even the messenger. So, you don't want to shoot the messenger. But so you don't want to constrain technology in terms of that being suppressed because it's sort of amplifying a message. I think the more important thing is if you create the right kind of content, the technology will help you amplify the right kind of message. I think that's the message which needs to go home.
So you spoke of, the legacy, the trusted publishers following the law, which, what is one strategic shift that you would advise legacy publishers to make to remain relevant in the AI era?
Across multiple media, there are old world guys like me who like to see their newspaper in the morning.
And we would love you to do that. Continue to do that. Please, big round for that.
So
We would love you to read our newspapers. We would love you to
So I think,
read
I mean,
our
it's
apps, our websites, and consumer stations.
So I think
and
I think you should keep it going on multiple channels, because I think that's what is important. And what is good is, and what I really appreciate is the fact that, you know, there's so much of regular updating. I mean, it's sort of pushing everybody, so which means that you actually, even a newspaper, and I know it's tough for the journalists who actually do it. Earlier you just had one deadline, and you know, then you can put the paper to bed, literally. But you can't do it anymore. You have to sort of be updated all the time. And you know, the way that they are able to provide updates, the way that they are able to stay with it, and you know, whatever it is, when you actually see it in print, whether you see it on a screen or whether you see it on a piece of paper, there is far greater conviction and far greater credibility when you see it in that format, rather than just somebody saying something very quickly.
thank you, sir. And you know, with your permission, can I ask our audience some questions? You know, for Mr. Krishnan. Can somebody please bring a mic here? We'll take a couple of questions. You know, we are all pressed on time, but I'm sure we can take 3 or 4 questions. Can somebody please bring a mic here to Mr. Mohit Jain? Mohit, just to save time, can I?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir, for being here with us. My name is Mohit Jain from Times of India. And we've been very closely following the draft regulations that you're looking at. And we're very hopeful that, that there is going to be a hope for a better partnership between the platforms and the content creators. And what we're just seeing is that there are many platforms which are recognizing that the partnership has to exist between the content creators and platform. For example, Google is one of them, which they have very widely recognized the coexistence between them and us. But some other platforms perhaps are still taking time to recognize that this coexistence is paramount for our sustainability. And many countries are actually coming forward to forge these partnerships. So can we as content creators, and as Pawanji rightly said, this content is very different. It impacts security, elections, commerce, markets, and everything. So can we just seek a greater level of support from the government to try and see that how we can bring a greater level of sustainability in that?
I think I already answered that question in the earlier part of what I said. Clearly, in a situation where we believe that there is a social good which comes out of what content creators do, especially you know, curated news publishers, and that needs to be privileged in some form, or that needs to be protected in some form for larger public good, larger societal good. So clearly, I think the intent is there. The framework, the precise framework, and the way that it can be done is something we can sit down and discuss.
Krishnanji, you know, in your chat, you said at least twice or thrice actually that the quality of content, the trust is linked to the reach, right? So you said that you make better content and it has a better reach. Theoretically, I completely agree with you. But if you look at the practical aspect of life today, the reach is dependent on the platform. And the algorithm is incentivizing the engagement, not the credibility. So let's say a news article which is fake, but is able to, sensationalize a trivial issue, create a very, hot, crispy headline, will get far more clicks, far more, shares. The platform will, see that, this has much better, engagement. And then you'll say, yaar, iski reach to aapse zyada achhi hai. So reach and quality ideally should be directly, proportional to each other. But in the, reality, it is inversely linked. So how do we, solve for that?
No, I think that's it's a deeper reflection on society. I mean, what you say is absolutely true, but then that's a deeper reflection on society as to what we are, what people want to see very quickly. I mean, we've been victims of some of that in coming straight off the AI summit. I mean, there was so much good, and then some little thing, picks up, and that's what everyone is interested in. So that's partly the way society looks at this. And that, I think, all of us have a duty, whether it's government, whether it is responsible media, all of us have a duty to educate people the right way about, what needs to gain prominence and what needs to be in the public discourse much more. And that is something that is a broader education issue, but where I think we play a role. And I think the best or the most recent example is what we have attempted to do with synthetically generated information. In fact, we said that you need to label synthetically generated information, but just because we have said what you need to do is label, it doesn't give you a right to put out what is illegal or what is unlawful. So there are categories of unlawful information which are defined. Now, fundamentally here the question is that somebody looks at a piece of information and is aware that this is artificially created or this is synthetically generated, and then they make up their minds as to whether this is good, bad, indifferent, whatever. Fundamentally, this is an educational thing. Somebody actually suggested to me very seriously that there is so much of synthetically generated information, so much of the clickbait kind of stuff. Probably you should premiumize authentic information. I mean, which is the other way of looking at it. Now, in a sense, then that you're actually permitting the bad to drive out the good. And that to my mind is conceptually a problem. But we are open to discussing this issue. Fundamentally, I think as a society, we have to take that call. And what we can do, we have attempted to do from a technological lens of saying at least where it is synthetically generated, where it is likely to be a fake or a deep fake of some kind, label it. You have a responsibility to label it because people have a right to know. And if you do that kind of stuff, I mean, you see it online all the time, right? I mean, you click on one story, which is a perfectly legitimate, valid story. Right below that will be some story of a huge anaconda which has been found or something. I mean, this is what you see all the time. And, everyone knows it's falsehood, but why is it there? And, who sort of pays for it to be there, or who sort of looks at this kind of stuff so much that it should be there at all? And you don't find anything worthwhile as you scroll down, except the main story that you picked up somewhere else. So this kind of, in a sense, there's a parallel profession to digital news publishers, which is, people who do the advertising part. Maybe there's a discussion needed with them as well to understand, what is it that, what are the standards we follow and how do we sort of do this? I think it requires a broader discussion within society. From the government side, I think we have done what bit we can. And we also need to be very aware that, we shouldn't get too much into this, because ultimately then, the boundary of where we are overstepping into freedom of expression is also there. I think, as I said, we have to be restrained and we have to do what is lawful. But beyond that, to go what is constitutionally permissible is an issue. And it could affect some of you at some point if we try to do that. So, which is why I think it needs a broader consensus and a broader meeting of minds amongst different segments of the industry.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So we've run out of time, but we'll just take one last question, please.
Sir, a lot of these words get confused when we talk about this industry, right? Media, content creation, publishing, blogging, and news. So, for example, आपके पास जो WhatsApp पे forward आ रहा है जो synthetically created without permission, right? That's possibly, I would say it's media, but it's none of the others, right? Some influencers sitting outside India could be content creator, but not news, not publisher, not media. So in all of this, जो genuine news publishers हैं, right? They are getting bundled in policy making with all of these other actors, and not every actor in the ecosystem has the same genuine intent. So how can we work with you and the ministry to make sure that at least there is recognition of a separate category of people who are doing the right job for generations and decades, right?
You see, if I were to answer this at a philosophical or at a level of understanding the issue, I agree with you 100%. I think that is essential. We need to define this carefully and we need to do it. If I took the easy way out, I say you should ask my colleague, the Secretary for Information Broadcasting, because content is primarily their concern. We are bothered with the technology and that layer. But I think you have a very valid point, and we have to sort of make sure. It's a bit like the same point that, why can't we privilege the authentic content, or why can't we say that this is authentic content, label it so that it gets greater credibility and reach. I think we are on the same point as far as that is concerned.
So on that note, thank you very much, Mr. Krishnan, for joining us today and sharing very candidly your views with us. Really appreciate that. Thank you very much.
For our next conversation, it examines the evolving telecom and digital infrastructure landscape. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for Mr. S. Krishnan and Mr. Pawan Agarwal. Our next conversation examines the evolving telecom and digital infrastructure landscape. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Anil Kumar Lahoti, Chairman of the Telecom Regulatory Authority of India, TRAI, and Mr. Puneet Singhvi, Chief Strategy Officer at Network 18. Before we begin, I would like to request Mr. Singhvi to present a token of our appreciation to Mr. Lahoti. Thank you, gentlemen. Mr. Singhvi, over to you.
Welcome everyone to the DNPA Conclave. This is a very well-timed session and follows what Pawan discussed with Mr. Krishnan on the core technology and the regulation around the content and how it's getting consumed and what kind of controls are needed. And it's well-timed because it's going a layer deeper to deal with the infrastructure that enables all of this content, communication, and connectivity. And there's no better person to talk to us about it and from a vantage point of the industry than Mr. Anil Kumar Lahoti, Chairman of TRAI. Welcome, sir. I wanted to start out not so much. We'll go deeper into the topics and the issues and the things that we want to touch upon. But I want to start out by introducing the Mr. Lahoti, the man himself. He's essentially a career government person. He's spent almost 4 decades in public life in terms of servicing, and large part of that is in railways, where he was the CEO and the chairman of the railway board in his last stint, and then went on to take on the responsibility of the chairman of TRAI. some of you would know, he also is a part of a very illustrious family. His elder brother, Justice Lahoti, was the Chief Justice of India at one time. Thank you, sir, for the honor of joining us. And, one of the things that has been consistent in his career is basically the connectivity. And he's been in the core of connecting people, initially through his massive years of service in railways, and then onto the TRA side, where he's working on creating the entire regulatory ecosystem and enabling growth there. So with that, I just wanted to dive in a little deeper and start out with some basic data. Over 1.1 billion mobile subscribers, almost 40% of them are at high-speed 5G connection, projected to go to about 80% over the next 3 to 5 years. 800 million, 900 million broadband subscribers, and one of the fastest rollout of 5G that we've seen globally. Obviously, the scale is mind-boggling in terms of the data usage and how the whole infrastructure has enabled a massively evolving and growing digital economy. From your perspective, sir, how do you see the developments that have happened at the scale and the speed and the complexity that it entails? From your vantage point, what is the view that a regulator takes in ensuring that we do this at speed, at the same time being able to ensure that the consumer interests are taken care of?
So, thank you very much, Punitji. First of all, let me thank DNPA for inviting me on this very important conclave. I think that the digital news is now rapidly rising, and the younger, while I continue to read newspaper, the younger generation don't even touch newspaper. They just pick up their tab or mobile or the laptop and they see the digital news. So it's very important that that this conversation takes place. So you're talking about the speed and the scale. Let me first update you the figures which you mentioned. India has already crossed 1 billion subscribers of broadband in November 25. And we have, in terms of telecom, now we have almost 135 crore subscriptions. That's the scale. And the 5G network has reached almost more than 99.5% of the districts in the country. And the 4G network has already reached 6.3 lakh villages already. So that's where our network stands. The 5G rollout has been the fastest in the world. We have the 5G subscription, as you pointed out, is already at the level of 398 million or 40 crore subscribers. Our networks are going on continuously getting densified or expanded in terms of their capacity. We also have a robust submarine cable system because the internet is global, and we have 18 submarine cables already serving India, and this capacity is going to be already expanding rapidly. So, I would say we are in last few years, India has done rapid progress in terms of the network rollout and availability of digital services, digital connectivity. our regulatory framework has, in terms of the law and the regulations and the policies, has been very progressive in this matter, which has helped this expansion.
Thanks. I just want to expand on the 5G growth, and you talked about the numbers on the 4G side also. One of the trends that's emerging, or at least the data that's emerging, that's almost 50-55% of the new users who are coming in terms of the overall telecom ecosystem are in the rural or tier 2, tier 3 towns, where from a connectivity speed and experience point of view, it's something which is catching up in terms of the experience versus what you, let's say, have in a city like Delhi or Bombay. Now, from a policy perspective, how are you looking at enabling that, given that there are other dynamics of ARPU and the kind of investments that it requires, and the whole fiberization of the telecom towers that the operators need to evolve in? Because that's the rural and tier 2, tier 3 is the next wave of consumers, both on internet and overall on content, and in fact even on the digital public infrastructure.
So I think the entire telecom ecosystem that we have a wonderful private enterprise, and the government, the policies and the regulation have enabled the private enterprise to flourish and serve the social good. So this has been the primary, motivator, or the way this network rollout is taking place. Nevertheless, there are rural areas where network rollout is not so much commercially viable, and where we have the 5% contribution coming from the licensed service providers in the Digital Bharat Nidhi. And the Digital Bharat Nidhi is being used both for the expansion of the mobile network in terms of 4G network, as also the fixed broadband network. So we have the BharatNet program, which is being which is expanding the fiber broadband to the villages, more specifically to the Gram Panchayats, and we have the 4G programs, number of programs which are having different targets, and they are expanding the 4G network to the rural areas. So both are working, and they are taking the broadband to the remote areas, to the rural areas. As far as tier 2 cities are concerned, I think the capacity doesn't seem to be a constraint as far as tier 2 or tier 3 cities are concerned. It's more of the rural area and the remote areas where more policy interventions are required.
Yeah, and a related part of it is the whole spectrum pricing ecosystem, and how historically there has been multiple debates around it. In fact, TRAI has been a big champion of how to build a new perspective, and just I think yesterday you announced the whole auction of almost $2 trillion worth of spectrum across various frequencies. From a growth perspective, is there a rethink in the spectrum allocation that you're looking at, or the valuation? And the recent announcement did mention about some sort of a rationalization in the kind of valuation you want to look at.
So, first of all, how the spectrum pricing is being dealt by TRAI. So I must tell you that TRAI has a very robust system of spectrum valuation, and this is based on sound fundamentals, sound economic fundamentals, and we don't do price valuation of the spectrum only by way of one model. So there are a number of economic models which are used, and all take into account different economic factors of the cost and the value that the investment will derive, and they bring out little variation in the valuation of the spectrum. So the robust practice which TRI has been following over the years is that we carry out valuation of the spectrum by multiple models, and then after evaluating all the models, then we come up to the final pricing. Now this process takes into account the investment required in the network and the investment required in the spectrum, and both are replaceable, because the same purpose could be served either by expanding the network or by increasing the quantum of spectrum available. And at the same time, we also have a look at how much spectrum was actually in the previous auction, how much spectrum was sold, or whether it remained unsold, whether it was completely sold out or partly sold out, what has been the market inflations which have taken place. So all these factors are taken into account when we arrive at the final pricing. So even if you look at the 2022 pricing of spectrum, it eventually led to sale of 1.5 lakh crore worth of spectrum. So so that price was good at that point of time. Now we have done the valuation again, and we followed those models. We have done a careful exercise. So as far as the valuation itself is concerned, the exhaustive valuation exercise we carried out, it has, I would say, resulted into almost a 19% reduction as compared to the pricing that we have done in 22. So there is a further, rationalization of the spectrum price as far as the service providers are concerned. This is not only valuation models. We have considered many other factors which should be kept in view, particularly on the demand side, so while fixing the spectrum prices. So, so I think we have a good spectrum pricing available. Yes. I will also like to add that what we are seeing is only the excess spectrum. Another significant part of the cost of providing the network services is the cost of the backhaul spectrum. So the backhaul spectrum particularly needed rationalization in the costs, and we have given detailed recommendations to the government in December 2025, where there is a significant rationalization of the cost of backhaul spectrum, and where we have acknowledged the growing role of broadband as a fundamental utility in the economy and the society and the governance, and that the role of the backhaul spectrum is fundamental to rollout of the network itself, and therefore it should be assigned administratively and at rationalized prices. So that recommendation we have already given.
Okay, thank you. You're moving from cellular connectivity to fixed line broadband. We've seen there is a fair bit of buckets of excellence and buckets of not such a great experience in terms of the connectivity and the speed and all of those things. So there is this divide that we see on the fixed line broadband, and which is sort of another backbone for a lot of businesses and how we are sort of able to get our services across. From your perspective, how would you look at making that a lot more robust, and what are the policy or regulatory interventions that you foresee?
So India is a mobile first broadband country, where the overwhelming majority of the broadband users are through the mobile. But out of these over 1 billion broadband subscribers, we do have 60% approximately 60 million fixed broadband connections. So now that may seem to be a small number, but these are the fixed broadband connections have much more capacity and they are serving a particular premise. So thereby the number of users actually would be much more. And if we see in terms of as a ratio of the number of households, probably it will come to something around 17–18% of the total households. It's true that in the developed part of the world, in many countries and even in China, the percentage of households covered with fixed broadband is much more. It's bordering on the range of 80%, 90% or so. And I think going forward, as the data consumption rises, and particularly with the rise of AI, and the quantity of data, speeds and quantity that are being consumed in data, probably the importance of fixed broadband will continue to rise. So policy interventions are needed to facilitate growth of fixed broadband. Now, there are some positive signs. In the 5G, with the 5G network rollout, we have the fixed wireless access or of the FWA option has become available for fixed broadband, and we are finding very fast rollout of FWA broadband, and almost every month we can say almost 700,000 new connections of FWA broadband are taking place, and so that's a very good sign which is happening. And if we see growth of or rollout of fixed broadband in terms of urban and rural, if we want to see. So as far as urban is concerned, I think the primary constraint is the right of way, because taking fiber in urban environment is difficult to get the right of way. So of course the fixed wireless access provides a solution, but I think the long-term solution for this is to have, you know, the common cable ducts in the urban redevelopment or wherever urban developments are happening, so that it is easy for to you know, lay the fiber and provide broadband connectivity, fixed broadband connectivity. As far as rural area is concerned, the Digital Bharat Nidhi is already being utilized by the government, and through the BharatNet program, already 215,000 Gram Panchayat are already connected. Although there are questions of reliability of that connectivity, because all these connections do not have redundancy. So they are all like mostly like single fiber going to a particular Gram Panchayat, and any damage then disrupts the service there. So now the government has come out with the phase 3 of BharatNet, which is called amended BharatNet program. And in the amended BharatNet program, ring connectivity is being provided to all the Gram Panchayats. So that will increase the availability, reliability of the broadband in the Gram Panchayats. And the amended BharatNet program also provides, if there is demand, then the fiber will be also extended to the village. And the third factor which is going to particularly help improve broadband connectivity in the villages is the satellite broadband, because the satellite broadband would be much easier for the remote areas. It can be immediately expanded to such areas. So, and the broadband connectivity can become available.
No, that's great to hear, and it's actually quite encouraging. Which you know, for the group here, we are all content producers, and you know, India's overall digital content economy is hugely dependent and intertwined with the quality of infrastructure that is laid out, and the kind of access that it is enabling, both from an existing and a huge emerging audience base that we constantly want to reach out to. What's your perspective? How do you view that interdependence, and what all of us here can look at in terms of focus areas to be able to ride that wave, and the massive infrastructure initiatives that you're driving?
I think the interdependence is indisputable because the digital content is riding on the internet, and the internet growth is riding on the digital content. So both are driving each other. So there is no doubt about that. We are also seeing that as a result of this, gradually the telecom networks are also evolving. They are evolving from being mere infrastructure to digital platforms. So that is another change which is taking place gradually. The telecom networks are hosting content. We have edge servers hosting content, and they are actually part of the entire content delivery system. So that change is already taking place, and I think both need each other, and that's why both will be driving the growth of each other. Yeah, one factor which I think we must remember is that as the content consumption rises, and the indoor connectivity is also going to become very important. So while in the older era, when the mobile network was being used primarily for voice communication or maybe SMS communication, as the video content consumption is rising, the quantity of data consumption and the speed at which it is consumed and is going to change. So it is important to improve the indoor connectivity, and this would require installation of in-building digital connectivity infrastructure. So that's a very important change. As TRI, we have already given detailed recommendations to the government so that it becomes a part of the building bylaws and the National Building Code. And also we have come out with a regulatory framework whereby buildings are evaluated in terms of their digital connectivity quality. So particularly the larger buildings, public buildings, large complexes, they must have indoor digital connectivity solutions.
Thank you. You know, at the scale that it's getting rolled out, it often entails sort of a division between the large players and the smaller players. And what that means is rising cost of access sometimes tend to become a challenge for the smaller to mid-sized publishers or players, content players. How are you seeing that from a perspective of neutrality, and how it sort of becomes a more federated in terms of access and hence the growth of the business?
So I don't think as of now that should be a matter of concern. Way back in 2017, TRI had given a detailed recommendation to the government on net neutrality, which clearly stated that the access to the internet has to be non-discriminatory, which means there should be no blocking or throttling of content on the basis of content, or even a preference on the basis of price to the content. And based on those recommendations, government has incorporated this as a condition in 2018, and it is binding on the service providers to maintain that net neutrality. And as far as our tariff framework is concerned, the tariff framework is also non-discriminatory. The service provider cannot discriminate on the basis of content that is being carried. So we have a good regulatory framework to ensure net neutrality. Going forward, I think now with the advent of the 5G technology, the technology allows for network slicing, whereby network slices can be created for carriage of particular service. So that's a question I think which has arisen, because on one hand the technology provides options which can be utilized by the society and the economy. On the other hand, we have to ensure net neutrality. So in principle, I would say that the network slicing has to be based on the type of service, not based on the content. For example, for the disaster related communications or emergency communications, if there is a network slice, or for security related conditions, this should certainly be permitted, and it in no way affects net neutrality.
Mr. Lauti, thank you so much for your time and wonderful insights and a very candid conversation. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you, gentlemen. Up next, addressing a billion, the architecture of India's digital identity. I'm pleased to welcome Mr. Vineet Nair, founder chairman of Sampark Foundation and former CEO of HCL Technologies. And moderating this conversation, we have Mr. Puneet Gupta, COO of Times Internet and Vice Chairperson of DNPA. Mr. Nair, Mr. Gupta, please. Sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. We are in conversation today with one of India's foremost leaders on organization architecture, Mr. Vineet Nair, whose HCL Technologies stint is nothing short of a masterclass. In his tenure, the company grew from less than $1 billion to about $5 billion in global revenue. And his employee-first strategy has become a study material in Harvard Business School. So now with the Saptarishi Foundation, he is also working on improving the teaching quality of rural schools at the grassroots level. Thank you very much, Vineetji, for joining us.
Thank you.
No conversation today or in the last 2-3 days has started without the mention of Citrini Research. Right? It's a research house for institutional investors. And they created a hypothetical scenario and laid out a blog post. And that blog post said that because of impact of artificial intelligence, Indian IT industry will see a long list of contract cancellations in 2027. And it's a hypothetical scenario, it's a postulate, right? Written from a perspective that you're sitting in 2028 and looking at how the history unfolded between 26 and 28, right? At the same time, when Claude posted a blog post saying that their models can now work on COBOL, IBM stock had the largest fall in the last 25 years of the market, right? In your personal capacity, sir, you have said in the past that you've given a caution about the hype of AI, right? And with these two things happening, you think the hype is still real? How big is the hype, and how does it impact the various industries that depend on this piece of technology or are working on it?
Thank you. And it's very interesting that after working for almost 15 years in social sector, I still get asked IT questions. I think all of this is true, and let me unravel AI a bit. First, let's understand the incentive structures. Anybody who will come with an AI model is interested in subscription. And the truth of the matter was that when the India-Pakistan match was being played, you could see ChatGPT advertisements and you can see Google advertisements. basically and cloud advertisements, their primary interest is subscription. And therefore, I would take whatever they say with a grain of salt. That's point one. Point two, from an Indian IT perspective, the transformation of technology accelerating and doing more and more work what they were doing before is only accelerating. And it is a journey which is only one unidirectional. And to understand that, you have to see what happened in the industrial age. In the industrial age, what we did was we converted long processes into what I call microprocesses. What one person could do, 10 people would do in sub-processes, because of which the skills required to do the job reduced, because of which we could train and deploy. And that is the success story of Indian IT. We took college graduate, taught them only one micro skill, and because they could do that micro skill, we could hire 10 graduates to do the same level, and that is the reason the salary structure of the graduates have remained the same despite 20 years or 30 years, because they were taught only one micro skill. Now what has happened with AI is some of these micro skills are completely getting automated, and because of which the jobs are going to go away. So what I have predicted is that 50% of what Indian IT is doing is going to be done by AI tools, agentic AI, whatever you call it. However, there is another story to this. And the another story to this is the fact that technology spent by corporates globally is going to increase by 8 to 14% depending on the industry you are in. Predominantly because AI is also going to disrupt their industry. And therefore, the ability to be able to deploy technology, so overall budget of a bank, for example, and there was a study done there, an overall spend of a bank, if the revenues remain same, will go up by about 12%. On technology. So therefore, the opportunity size is very large. So the challenge in front of Indian IT is the fact that are you part of that evolving solution where the demand is high, or are you trapped in your past where you will hold on to stuff and negotiate with the clients and not give up that 50%, which is anyway going to die. So the response to this situation will determine the future of Indian IT. Let me just add one other perspective, which is India is not Indian IT. Indian IT is going to focus on profit, and therefore they're going to execute using tools, technologies, people in whatever country it makes sense. When you look from India point of view, I think we have a mother of all problems. So on one side, our education system is producing knowledge workers who are not greatly skilled on the new technology which is coming in. And it's not technology, it is ability to solve problems, ability to conceptualize new innovative ideas of how manufacturing companies or financial services companies are going to get implemented. Now, when these kids are not going to find jobs, and the Indian IT are going to automate themselves and hire fewer and fewer people going forward, what happens to the job situation? And what happens to Indian competitiveness over a long period of time? So I think from a strategy point of view, Indian IT will, I believe, still figure out and gain the market capture of the evolving new technologies to be able to offset some of the losses they're going to have. For India, we need to think a lot more strategically.
And in your view, how do we extend it to the members who are sitting in this room, the news publishing industry, for example, right? The dual challenge of AI will help in productivity, but if productivity does not translate to profitability, then we look at job losses, right? If productivity moves to profitability, then jobs increase, right? So any views on that?
Yeah, so I would say publishing industry was one of the first to get hit by even internet coming in, right? And the reason your association is there is thanks to technology. Without that, we will still be reading papers and, you would not exist. And therefore, the first thing which you should do is try and look at technology as an opportunity and not as a challenge, because your creation was based on this opportunity and technology. Now, the question is how to look at this technology. You must understand this technology is automating tasks. It's not automating jobs. And there is a difference between automating tasks and automating jobs. The task which you were doing earlier, editing, writing, some of that will be more efficiently done by agents which you would have trained on your way of expressing an opinion. But that is not your job. Over a period of time, you started considering that as a job. And in the previous sections, we were talking about WhatsApp, content is also content now. So what is the definition of content? Is because real differentiated content is not getting created, and if differentiated content is not getting created, you cannot commercialize it, you cannot profit from it. So I think those of you who move up the value chain and figure out new content, which could be written beautifully by an AI agent, or could research very good from an AI agent, but an alternate perspective. For example, I recently wrote a blog that should we be rolling out AI agents in the hands of children, which is a big thing which is happening world over, when we know for a fact that AI agents hallucinate, they lie, they create on their own, and we are rolling them out in front of the farmers and children who you cannot understand that. Now, perspectives like that, agentic AI or any AI will not be able to create. So the question is, you have to ask yourself, what is the core business you are in? Your core business, or what your core job, is to create an alternate point of view which an AI agent would not be able to create, because AI agent would create what has been done in the past. So convert AI agents into a task, train every single person in your organization, use the AI agent, and force them to innovate, force them to come up with a new perspective, force them to come up with a new angle of a story. When print was there, you would think 10 times before printing a story because it was very expensive. Now that thinking has gone away because you are searching for clicks. No, I'm not saying you are searching for clicks, but everybody is searching for clicks, and therefore you're not thinking that through. I think with agents coming in, you will think that through. For example, if a Tamil writer can write a beautiful story in Tamil, doesn't understand English, that is going to change. Now you're going to have a Tamil writer write in English beautifully or write in Hindi beautifully and come up with stories which you have not heard before. So the opportunity size is large if you make a distinction between job and task.
Great. We'll make a quick switch to the national identity, national infrastructure from industries that we talked about to the country, right? At HCL, you said employees first, customers second, right? At Saptarishi, possibly you are saying teachers first, students second, right? When we take it to the national stage and talk about a national digital infrastructure, what will be the similar inversion in your mind? Will we say citizens first, policy second, or how will we frame it, right, in your worldview?
I think it's a very, very important point to have a conversation, because we do not want to become Europe, where the citizens became dependent on the government for social doleouts. India was a country which is a country which was known for hardworking people, middle class families pushing their kids to get education, employment, and drive hard, work hard. And that the only reason Indian IT has done well is not because of entrepreneurs, it's because of these kids. These kids work very hard, they work very diligent, their ability to learn is very quick, their discipline of quality work is very large. Now, if human capital is the strength of India, then are you going to make the human capital dependent on doles, or are you going to make them independent of doles? And that is the reason I call it humans first, machines second, or human first, technology second, or humans first, government second, or human first, all the network second. So as long as the network technology investments are to make and glorify and develop that human capital and that attitude, which made India great in the past and it's making India great again, I'm for it. If anything, so delivering services to the citizens as it is being envisaged today is great. And more services to be delivered, that's great, but that's not enough. That is not going to create a competitive differentiator. You must understand we are sitting in a global world where we need to be competitive. And manufacturing is going to come back in a big way thanks to AI. And the race to the finish is going to happen all over again. We need human capital. And therefore, innovation of investing in human capital is not just skill growth. It is transforming education. For example, at Sampak Foundation, we started an experiment called half stories. We tell our children half stories through AI agents, which we have in 50,000 classrooms. We tell half stories and tell the children to imagine the rest half. And suddenly there is so much clutter, so much noise in the classroom, which is unimaginable. So therefore, what are we doing to reimagine our curriculum in colleges and schools? How are we focusing on skill development, which is new generation skill development? How are we tapping into that middle class mindset that we need to succeed at all cost? How does India competitiveness on a global scale becomes a calling card for every single Indian? How do we energize them instead of getting, yes, all these citizen services are important, but I think that is not going to be sufficient for 2030 onwards. India needs to think about its competitive advantage because Indian IT, Indian pharma is not going to be as great as it was in the past. So Indian manufacturing, Indian other services need to come to the rallying cry now.
Some of the industries that you have worked for, right? So IT, for example, or that we are in, are very people-centric industries, right? How, in your mind, the future of work looks like, right? When AI and humans coexist, cooperate, possibly have a conflict of interest, right? How will organizations evolve? How will ecosystems evolve?
I think you're not going to like my answer. What happened with industrial age, we lost track of what a human can do. We converted everything into a process, everything into a conveyor belt, human into a number, employee number, human into a commodity, and these God for, the God called manager or CEO became larger than life, and therefore humans stopped thinking and started doing what the manager wanted. So therefore the human capacity was not developed. So take an example, for example, the godfather of AI in 2016, I was looking at his speech, said that all the radiologists will go extinct predominantly because the AI in 2016 was reading radiology better than the radiologists could do. We are 10 years later and no radiologist has lost. We need more radiologists than anybody else. It's because the radiologists discovered how to use the AI to do better diagnostics, to do faster diagnostics, to do more. So the question is, first, all of you should believe the fact that human capital is capable of a lot more than technology can ever do. And that's the reason I call it humans first, machines second. That's a belief system. Now, if you want to do that, and if you want to get the best out of human, you have to understand how to inspire a human being. A human being goes to a mosque, a mandir, a church on a Sunday, spends his own money, feels good about it. On Monday, he comes to your offices, you pay him, and he feels bad about it. Why? Because we don't inspire those people. So you need to change your management structures, management style, away from that industrial age into a new digital age. If you do that and you inspire the human being, he's going to create or she's going to create innovation which is unimaginable. Then machines can never ever imagine or do anything close to that. So that is the trick we need to learn, and we need to be ahead of the world doing that.
So I think you just said in a previous answer that AI can lie, AI can make mistakes, and AI is evolving, right? We all know that AI only predicts the possible next character or next word, right? In the industry that we are in, trust is the only currency, right? We exist because we create an ecosystem of trust where people will come and read us, right? What is your advice to our member publishers on how to balance the need to use AI for gains while maintaining the same standards of quality, productivity, and trust that we are known for?
I think I answered this question in the fact that if you make a distinction between task and jobs, over a period of time, your industry, my industry, every industry has converted task into jobs. And because of it, we have stopped thinking, we have stopped innovating, we've stopped refreshing ourselves. The fact that AI can do some of your tasks, not all the tasks, and it is a microcosm of what is happening. It never can replace a human being, but it can do some of the tasks which human does faster, which was word processing, which was Excel sheet, which was SAP, which was a lot we have seen. This is only faster. So the first thing, you need to learn to use the skill and not use a human being to do what AI can do better, number one. Number two, you need to put a governance layer because AI will always be hallucinating, will always be dependent on the past, irrespective of what kind of development happens. That is the nature of the beast because it is trained on data, and data is not all clean data. I heard about synthetic data being talked about. I have my own views on synthetic data. But if it is trained on data and data is not clean, therefore the output is not necessarily clean. But the biggest answer to the question is, what do you do with yourself? What is that idea? What is that perspective? There was an AI summit. Where is that article which talked about something different to what was said, Mr. He and Miss He? Where is that perspective? Where is that analysis? Where is that argument which somebody like me would like to hear? And I think if you up your game and start thinking and correlate, let's take Steve Jobs. Steve Jobs, when he came in and produced, one of the first things he said was, I was in the industry and we were talking about faster, cheaper, better. Intel was dominating our thinking and saying, if it is faster, cheaper, better, everything is fine. And Steve Jobs, for the first time, said, no, the user is looking for an experience. And therefore, he bought the touchscreen technology, he incorporated that into most of his devices, and produced a technology which is not the best. As you see, iPhone get heated up, use more bandwidth than everything else, but it has the best user experience. So he created a new industry. So I would encourage all of you to understand what is your job. Your job is to give a perspective which is different to what a machine can give. As long as you take that job, I think nobody can catch up and you can monetize, you will be profitable, you will be trusted. Nobody will trust a machine output. WhatsApp, we talked about WhatsApp, nobody trusts it. Everybody understands it's WhatsApp. But we don't have an alternate perspective. We don't have an alternate argument. And the more alternate arguments we have, of course, it can be monetized.
So from industries to nation to back to people in this room, right, and our kids, what human skills do we need to develop, right, not to be obsolete and to coexist and work with AI, right? When I go back, what's your tell my kids, right? How do they grow up in this age?
Yeah, you touched a raw nerve with me because I've worked with 2 crore children in 2 lakh schools. First is please stop being helicopter parents. Very, very important. Our father's generation came from the partition trauma because of which they were very intent on pushing education in our minds, pushing success in our minds, but did not have the resources, and therefore we had to fight for our own resources. And there are stories after stories in our generation which has come from those kind of parents, which planted an ambition in our head, and with limited resources, some of us could achieve, or a lot of us could achieve what we could do. Today, there is an abundance of resources, and my generation is to blame. And because of this abundance of generation, we are making things appear in front of our children before they even need it. And because of which they are becoming lazy, they are not thinking, they are not solving, they don't have the ambition, they don't have the drive, and they don't have that despite the fact that they have a sense of purpose which is bigger than ours. They have value systems which are better than ours. They have views on the world which is better than ours, but they don't have the drive. So I would say the 3 things which you should do is, number 1, stop giving them advice. It is very important that they need to figure out themselves. Stop short of giving them advice, because the biggest opportunity out there is children who can think of a solution on their own, because we are trying to solve problems which have not been solved before. So stop giving them advice, stop being helicopter parents. Number 2, try and understand innovation. Have conversations which are very innovative in nature. And one of the examples which I have tested in the speeches which I give is that if you have your eyes in the back of your head, what can you do differently? And there would be answers. And now you have the eyes in front of your head and you want to do the same thing, how would you do differently? So expanding we are all logical thinkers. So expanding the scope of that logic, broadening that square for the children to think, that would be very important. And third, and the least important, but very important, is teach them the technology skills. Teach them how to use how to use the tools. But that should not be the priority. The priority should be how to think, how to aspire, how to imagine, how to solve problems, and then how to use the tools to do the above.
Yeah, thank you, Vineet. I think we are running out of time, so I want to take some questions from the audience. Anyone has a question for Vineetji? Yeah, there is a hand in the back.
Thank you, Mr. Nair, for sharing 3 very crucial points for being a decent parent in this technological times. My name is Pankaj Mishra. I'm part of the One India group here, representing Daily Hunt. I have 2 kids, and my question, I'm sure, is in sync with a lot of questions that must be going on in the people's and the attendees' minds here. In this time of technology, sir, when we talk about educating our kids about tools and how to use them, how to think innovative, how do you think, where do you think the communion of technology, which at times is a risky affair for kids also, say, who are of 8 to 10 years old, a mobile phone in their hand or a tab for that matter, overexposure to television also at times is risky. How do we strike that balance? Is there any way out of here? Thank you.
I have a very strong view on this, and this is something I've shared with the education minister also. It is very important for us. We missed the point of banning social media for children under a certain age, and I think that was a bad miss, because of which we're creating a generation which has attention disorder, I would say, short attention, gratification with small actions. I go back to our generation. It was very important that we needed to do a lot of actions, and I would write a letter to my mother, tell her about what I have done, and it will take 15 days for the letter to reach my mother. 15 days later, she will reply. So gratification was not instant. So a lot of issues on social media, I think we got it wrong. I think on AI, it is very important to try and delay the AI in the hand of a child as far as possible, because human testing on AI has not happened, and that is something which I said yesterday. Human testing of AI is not possible, not happened so far. Therefore, be very careful of putting AI and trusting AI in the hands of 8, 9, 10 years old, irrespective of the promise of AI, and be wary of people who want to sell you subscription. So that's point 1. Now, as a parent, I think it is very important. You need to teach the child how to use technology, but there has to be what we call an off time. So if the schools are pushing technology, and most schools are using iPad and things like that, create an off time where you do hands-on work, physical work, solve problems, right? There used to be something called Meccano. I don't know whether it is still there. Solve problem by hand, build something by hand, plant a tree by hand. I still remember my father used to give me money if I would take a fodder and go into the house little farm and do manual work and plant a tree or plant some rice or wheat, and I will get some 50 paisa or something per hour or something like that. And those are very important skills which we have completely missed. So I would say that if the schools are pushing it, you don't have a choice, that's fine. But take some time, which is called what I call off time. And in that off time, find time to do some physical work, cooking, cleaning, planting, going out. If you do that, I think then the neural networks in the brain start developing quite effectively.
Yeah, one last question. I think we have a hand there. In fact, a few hands. Yeah, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Nair, and thank you. I think it was a wonderful insights that you have given me about what exactly technology is moving ahead and how we are taking forward to the next steps. And related to that, for the new generation, it was a great insights. Thank you for that. My name is Vishal. I represent a company called NetMaxims as a CEO. But my questions are lying on 2 perspectives. Now, you have been dealing with the challenges of the new generation jobs, and things are taking over by my question first is that how the small and medium companies, where are not that much resources they have, and they look forward to find out a niche in the AI segments, because the traditional things have already gone, so you're aware of it. And second is the talent which is actually coming up nowadays, are looking forward to adjust themselves into the new niche. And nowadays the things are changing so fast that once you learn it and you adapt it, and the things, somebody in the competition or big company does it faster, and things change. Before you evolve, then the other things are already been outdated. So copying up with the times, and the second thing that I'm finding a niche for the small and medium enterprise, which are actually giving employment to large number of people in the country. At least you're aware of it, that's been there. So my question is related to that. Thank you.
Yeah, interesting question. So first thing is, I talk to all my colleagues in the Indian IT industry, and I can tell you they are struggling because they are large. So they asked me a different question. We are so large and we are so legacy, how do we change? Right? So if you are small, you are fleet-footed, and therefore the opportunity for you to accelerate and do something new is much better than they are. So I think you have an advantage, not a disadvantage. And especially if you're sitting with a lot of legacy business, the change is very difficult. Change in mindset, change in customers, change in services is very difficult. So you are lucky. Number two is the resources required, because technology is now cheaper and cheaper right now. And that also you must understand, all this cheap technology is going to become very expensive very soon. If you remember, HCL had has an operating system where I was working, and I was actually a product manager of that operating system. In came Microsoft with DOS, which was pirated. All of us died. And then they started asking for license, and I think there are billions and billions of dollars of license which Microsoft goes just because we couldn't keep up with them. Now the technology is there where it is cheap, and therefore you could build solutions, you could build alternate to those solutions, and therefore you can do it with less resources compared to in the past. The last thing I would say is, and this is something because I sit on advisory boards of some private equity investors, I would say that the investment in technology company is passé. How AI will transform some of these mid-tier companies, small companies, manufacturing companies, marketing companies, publishing companies, is where the real goal of investment really lies. And therefore, if you can think of solution sets, not technology sets, solution sets, of what will be different. If this technology is there, how will that change? How would cost of manufacturing reduce? How would cost of publishing reduce? You know, you're not a highly profitable industry, but could you be a highly profitable industry because of use of technology in a very innovative sense? So I think PE companies have started thinking on those lines, not investing in tech companies, but investing in how AI will disrupt the legacy companies who will become very profitable. And for small and medium enterprise, I think there is where the big opportunity, if you can think of solutions, not just technology.
Thank you very much. A great interaction, sir. I'm sure everyone will go back enriched today. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen, for the illuminating discussion. Kindly be on stage, sir, please. Sir, please. I would like to request Mr. Gupta to kindly present a token of our appreciation to Mr. Vineet for his presence and priceless insights. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause, please. Up next, we have our second keynote of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Sunil Kant Munjal, Chairman of Hero Enterprises. Mr. Munjal, the stage is yours.
Good morning. First, my compliments to the entire digital news industry for putting this together. I was asked to talk a little bit about the possibilities, in fact, why long-term capital is not currently either looking at or being made available to the digital news networks. I think the answer actually was expressed quite clearly in the session just before this. Capital is not something that is difficult to find. It is actually looking for opportunities in itself. I want to roll back a little bit to let's say, our own story, our businesses, where we came from. Pretty much as Vineet just said, many of our families were refugees at the time of independence and came with nothing but the shirts on their backs. So they had to both provide for the families and had a point to prove to themselves. Interestingly, if you look around in North India, a large section of the more successful enterprises are those that were set up by migrants who came in as refugees. Of course, it's also a global phenomena that migrants the world over work harder, at least in that first generation. And then things tend to change in the second and then the third, pretty much like family businesses operate world over. There's an interesting statistic that says that in family-owned businesses, 94% of them will destroy themselves by the third generation. And it comes from a whole variety of reasons, one of them being access to growing up as wealthy children. It has many advantages, but also has many disadvantages. But let me come to your industry. You're an industry which in some sense is new. But if you think around it, if I look at this room, if I saw the names which are up here, many of them are old, well-established institutions which have branched out into using the internet and technology to distribute and propagate news. I think the key word here is how do you generate trust to be able to be seen as someone who is going to be around for a while, because that's what creates longevity here. And the second, from the point of view of any investor, would be diversity of your revenue streams. Are you only dependent on advertisements? Or do you have subscription? Do you have alternate revenues? Do you have events taking place? And at this moment, the world is seeing a rush of capital going to countries that show opportunities, and clearly India is one of them. We've seen in the last 2 decades a dramatic shift take place in how investors look at investing into any enterprise. When we started, there was very little risk capital available any place. So first we started encouraging friends to set up angel networks. And I have to say the first angel network which was set up in Delhi, called the India Angel Network, has become the single largest angel network in the world. The interesting challenge with that now is that when it started, it used to open a deal for 3 or 4 weeks, and members, it was like a club of friends, would invest in those companies, and it took that long to close a deal. Now, if you're in a meeting or if you're in a session here, or literally actually if you get up from your office and go to the loo and come back, you see 2 emails, deal opened and deal closed. Very often it takes less than 15 minutes for a deal to get funded. So things have changed. And then, after Delhi, we saw Mumbai, Bangalore, Pune, Chennai, a whole host of them come up and said, our job is done. We moved up to the VC level of funding. And we also found that while there were very good Indian VCs, but very few global VCs were operating in the country. So we invited some of them, and we said, we will also put money with you, even though this is hard-earned money coming from manufacturing. But this is only to give you comfort that India is a risk worth taking. India is an opportunity. It's a real opportunity, which will, of course, have challenges, as any emerging, developing economy does. But we will only put money with you the first time, because we are going to do this ourselves. We will learn from you, but we want to invite you to come to India. And today, as you know, we have some of the best and the biggest and the brightest investors from around the world operating in the country. From VCs, then we went on to slightly larger investments of the type that the private equity made. We were doing them both in India as also globally. There was a lot of learning that we had from our very early business, the bicycle business itself. And this, I think, is relevant for your business. I'm not an expert in your business. All of you clearly know more than I can tell you. But what was interesting about the bicycle business is it actually transformed people's lives. Please remember, in those days, bicycle was not bought as fun or sport or exercise. It was bought as a utility, as transportation. And I had many conversations in the last few decades with the government trying to explain how critical and important a bicycle is to the nation. In many families, in fact, most families that bought a bicycle equaled freedom. It allowed a young girl to go to school. It allowed an individual, after having provided shelter, clothes, and food for their family, to be able to earn by using a bicycle to go to work. On the margin, almost the first real product you buy after the safety of the family is, or at least was, a bicycle. So I'd had this conversation with Dr. Manmohan Singh, a whole host of experts and senior folks in the government. If you watch that, it will tell you what is actually happening to your nation. Where is India going on the margin? And sadly, we never took it into a clear indices for India's development, but of course it got included in many other. But the thing that made Hero Cycles what it became was not that it provided a bicycle, was that it provided a promise that it met every day. It made a product which was made at least as good as the competition, but sold at a slightly lower price. Actually, it made them tougher. I don't know how many of you know the history of the company, but it had an interesting nationalistic focus to it always. My father and his brothers who started the business looked at this as nation building, as their responsibility to provide people mobility. And the same focus carried on when we went into mopeds and then motorcycles and then later on scooters. Along the way, we learned, we grew, we did multiple other businesses. When we did the first restructuring in the family, we had 32 companies at that time. But interestingly, and most of them were manufacturing companies, not one of them had a warehouse. All these companies had been built on a principle that we will create a supply chain and we will create dealers where all the components will come from our supply chain every single day, get manufactured, assembled, and shipped out every single day. Every supplier was paid every Saturday between 2 and 5 p.m. And if any of them did not come in at that time, the check was actually mailed to them. So it created a highly reliable partnership. So every supplier knew that they would get paid. They would issue their own checks to their suppliers or wherever they had to make payments, because they knew that if Hero Cycles is my customer, I will always get paid on time. The same trust was built with the dealers, the distributors. I was at a dealer conference only a few weeks ago, and I was making this comment that our success comes from you. Your success eventually results in ours. And many of you have been working with us now for over 2 generations. And a young, almost a kid, I would say, kept putting his hand up. So I said, do you have a comment to make? He said, I'm working 4th generation with your family business, sir. So the whole premise was that if you are reliable, if you are trustworthy, you can continue to grow because both your suppliers and your customers will stay with you. The news in today's world has become a challenge in just so many ways. There are repeat debates taking place and questions being asked. Is this unbiased? Again, I'm distinguishing between an opinion piece and news. Again, to the point that I think Vineet just made. Of course, when you have an opinion piece, you will give your opinion. But if it is news, it has got to be objective. It cannot have an angle. And too often, what we started, even on our TV news, the debates that we began as an extension of news, it seemed to be more a shouting competition as to who can be heard louder, rather than an the ability to make sense of what is the conversation that's ongoing. I believe the role and responsibility of the digital news networks is actually even more important. Because when you put out news on the internet, it is there to stay. You cannot take it down. It gets archived permanently and be pulled back and shown to you 6 months, 2 years, or 20 years later. So you better be careful what you're saying. Going back again to the word I used repeatedly, what you have to do is build trust. Demonstrate that you can be relied on when you are giving out any piece of information, because you are a news network. And interestingly, there are many small enterprises. I can see some of them in this room itself, many mid-sized ones, as one of you just got up and mentioned. But at this moment, more of, and I'm not saying all, more of the well-established ones are still coming from the institutionalized homes of news. There is an opportunity, and there is a clear threat. We just spoke about artificial intelligence. It is going to be a disruptor. There is absolutely no doubt. But if we are smart, we have to learn to use it. I often say that technology is like a road roller. It is coming at you. You're either the road or you're sitting on the roller yourself. You have to figure out where you want to be. You cannot say we will work without technology any longer. It's not possible. So you also have a responsibility to provide the guardrails that the whole world continues to talk about. Guardrails for yourselves is also a definition of what guardrails could actually mean. Which is the portion that needs to be guarded against? Where should free flow be encouraged? I think both are equally important because we have to use this technology. We have to become more productive. We have to have better reach. At the same time, to be investment worthy, because that was the question that was asked earlier on. To become investment worthy, you have to demonstrate that you will have longevity. You're not a flash in the pan. Your customer base will stay and grow. Your sources of information and data are robust and will change with time, but will continue in a manner that they continue to be robust. But more importantly than anything else is that key word again, trust. Hard to build, easy to lose, very, very difficult to rebuild. So therefore, you have to watch out for every word you put out every day. We were talking just now about WhatsApp groups, etc. Now, when the data flows into groups of families, friends, there's often one administrator or one manager of information. She decides what part of that WhatsApp will get propagated to the large group. And a lot of our information is actually coming to us from this source. So, one, we cannot ignore it. Two, we have to figure out how do you make this quality information, because frankly, a lot of it is just hogwash. It is scary, dangerous, because it is not true. So there is a role and responsibility, I believe, that an organization like this, a collective like this of yours has, is how do you ensure governance? How do you ensure integrity? Both integrity of purpose and integrity of delivery. And also, there will be many places you will compete. At the same time, there is a need for you to work together, especially on things like infrastructure. If each of you is trying to build infrastructure, it is going to be a very, very tough task. But if collectively you figure out ways to share resources which do not create a conflict, it will allow you to do more with the same resource that you have available. It will allow you to expand your reach. This has been done in just so many sectors of industry. In that sense, I do not believe you are different. You are different in the sense that you impact and influence a lot of thinking. You create points of view. You create opinions, even when it's not an opinion piece. By just giving out information, you are creating an opinion. So therefore, there is a responsibility bigger than many other businesses. And the digital world allows you to do this with such alacrity that it is very easy to lose one's way. I'm using the words Vineet used just a little bit earlier, that often our focus only becomes growth for the sake of growth. And we lose sense of why we are trying to do it. And I think that's why it's important to continue to remind ourselves every now and then. This technology is a tool. We cannot lose our philosophical underpinning or our value system. That is our strength. This is a tool that you have available in your hand, which is a very powerful tool. So please use it sensibly. The moment you start doing that, and it's seen as such, because here in this world, it is not just important to do the right thing, sadly, it is also important to be seen to be doing the right thing. Both are equally important, and unfortunately, perception has become more real than reality, which is why it is important to demonstrate as well that you are doing what you say you are, which is what any investor, especially a long-term investor, would look for, is reliability in any entity that they support. That this entity will do what it says, or at least will try and do what it says. I can tell you, of the hundreds of companies that we have funded so far, there is not one, and I mean this literally, there is not one company that is operating a plan, operating a business which was the plan they showed us when they came to us first time. Not one. So we take a very unusual approach. We do not ask whether it's a profitable business, or ask to look for, or look to ask for a business plan when we meet with people. We invest in people. We invest behind people. So we do a lot of diligence of the individuals, the founders, the promoters, the people who have a key impact on that business. We also look to see whether they know how to work with other people, because sometimes they're amazing founders with fantastic ideas, but they cannot grow because they've never learned to work with other people. They want to do everything on their own, and that does not make for a growth company. We also look for those who've learned to turn around on a coin. When the environment changes, when regulation changes, when markets change, you have to have the ability to reconfigure yourself, to reposition yourself. Most importantly, we look for businesses that will have an outsized positive impact on society. I'm only talking about some of the criteria. Of course, there are other criteria which every other investor looks at. But in our case, all of these have to be ticked before we start even looking at a business plan. But we do not just invest and walk away. What we do is we mentor the founders and promoters, and we support management teams. We do not run any business for them. We do not peer over their shoulders continuously, but we tell them that you can come to us with any problem. And the problem could be logistics, technology, branding, marketing, what have you. And having run businesses of various sizes across the globe, we're often able to find a resource inside to support them. But if not, we're able to find the resource to help them. And very often it's just connecting two of the companies that we work with to each other. So working together, I find, has a magical impact on business. If we try and do everything ourselves, that's when we often stumble and we have no one and nothing to hold on to. But when we learn to work in partnerships, lean on each other, look at, you do not need to build every strength on your own. If you lean on others and work with others, that gives you tremendous leverage. And operating leverage is one more thing any investor looks at. What is it that you're creating as a business now? So while you are a news network, you are also a business. And therefore, some of the fundamentals of business will always have to be looked at as you look at yourselves in terms of how you operate, how you grow, how you create permanence in your growth. Because the way at the speed at which the world is moving, even to be at the same place, you need to be constantly moving ahead. And in this world of speed has become an absolute essential. So if you club trust, governance, integrity, and speed, you can create a model that is successful every time, a model that can demonstrate growth on an ongoing basis for a very, very long period of time. And we've seen this now across the world, both in the companies that we as a family set up and ran, and also in the many that we have supported or funded. So for this network to feel that it's not investable, I think is not correct. But if you've not been invested in so far, these are some of the questions you need to ask yourselves. What is it that I can rejig in my own business model? What is it I can do to build that credibility that any investor looks for? And I'm not for a minute suggesting these are not credible organizations, but they have to be seen to be such for a long period of time. For any investor to have comfort to say, here is my check, go out and spend it, and come back and show me how you've done what you said you would, or better than what you committed. That's the other interesting thing we find. In almost all the best performing companies, we found that the performance is often, if not always, better than the promise that they made. Even despite changed environment, circumstances, regulation, etc., they figure out a way. So the ability to find answers, the ability to find responses to a changed environment is the other thing investors look for in any organization that they fund. In that respect, I would imagine you are no different from any other business. But because of the technological platform that you operate on, because of the speed that is required and essential of your industry, so some of these things become even more critical. So I hope and wish, because you are the backbone of how all of us are fed information and data, it is critical that you continue not just to be around, that you continue to be stronger and stronger as organizations, so you can grow and you can provide the data, information, and news that we as individuals, we as corporates, and we as a nation need today, because today India wants to stand up and be counted. Indian industry wants to stand up and be counted. And we want to do this not through subsidies. We want to do this by doing the right thing, both for ourselves and for our ecosystem. You have a responsibility, you have a role, you have a unique opportunity. So I wish you all the very best, both for the conference and for the businesses that you run, as also for continuing to provide us quality information, not just gossip. Thank you very much.
So please do not say so. May I request Mr. Tanmay Maheshwari to kindly join us on stage to present a small token of our appreciation for Mr. Munjal for his time and presence. Thank you so much, Mr. Munjal, for those priceless insights. A huge round of applause for Mr. Munjal. In the new world order of news, one question persists. Where does digital news actually sit in the media value chain? Is it about reach, influence, performance, and who decides? For our first panel to give us priceless insights into this question, please put your hands together in welcoming our esteemed panelists, Mr. Karthik Sharma, Chief Executive Officer, Omnicom Media Group India, Mr. Vinod Thadani, CGO, Dentsu Media and CEO of iProspect, Mr. Santosh P. Kumar, Chief Operating Officer, InOcean, India. Now to lead our discussion, I'd like to invite our moderator to take the conversation forward, Mr. Hemant Jain, President and Head of Digital Business at Lokmant Media Group. A round of applause for our panelists. Over to you, Mr. Jain.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Karthik, Vinod, and Santosh, thank you for joining us here. My sincere apologies for the 40-minute delay, and you guys are rushing into a client meeting, so we'll specifically jump to some of the most important parts of our conversation today. So let's start with a positive note. The digital advertising pie is on the high. Of the entire total advertising spend in the country, digital currently commands close to 60-65% of the total spend. My guesstimate is a number which rests anywhere between 70,000 crores to 1 lakh crores would be digital advertising. And when we look into the spread of the 70,000 crores, close to 65 to 70% is just taken away by the big tech, followed by retail media tech, OTT, and in the middle of all this, digital news, while it commands a daily attention, it's shaping opinion, and it is operating in a very high trust environment, which is the investments we have made in churning out quality journalism, we are left grappling at the bottom of the entire pie. Now, since we are short of time, I would like to jump into the most relevant question is, from an agency lens for us at news publishing business, what do you see this as? Is it a perception problem? Is it a product problem at our end? Or is it a measurement problem? How do we bounce back? Karthik, I'd like to start with you.
Firstly, good afternoon and thanks for having me here. I think it's a mix of not so much of product, otherwise it wouldn't have survived. Definitely there are areas on the measurement side which needs more focus. Most of the clients are buying based on impression, and when you're looking at the entire mix, most of the clients are moving away from those metrics to metrics like maybe it is what we loosely call as outcome. There are layers of outcome, ultimate being sales, but it could be a brand lift measure, it could be a lead, it could be a form filled, or it could be signing up for an event. There are a host of metrics around it. If you move towards that, there's a better chance for a greater conversation. Otherwise, the way it is being bought today, large part, say of the $100, maybe 60% is direct buys, approx, 40% will be programmatic. And that trend, if it has to really change, then this measurement problem has to be solved. The product in per se has strengths, otherwise there will be zero revenue in that. So that to me is not the case. It's definitely a case of how we can improve the overall measurement and tell a story. While it is easy to sit here and say full funnel measurement, for each publisher there's only so much that they can do. So for example, move away from impression to at least talk of getting X number of visitors to a client's website can be a good starting point, and experiment with it, because all the digital publishers are sitting with rich data. So I think some of those adjustments itself will start seeing huge traction for clients and agencies.
Vinod, I'll come to you, just taking off from where Karthik left. So when I look at the entire 70,000 crores advertising, digital advertising pie, would I be correct in saying almost 70% of the spends is on performance?
See, first of all, thanks Hemant for having me. But whether it's 70%, 60%, 80%, I think, more than that, I think the question is, what is performance? You know, I guess everyone terms performance as outcome based and it's only CPA and cost per sale and all. But for me, I think performance can be on different measures. For example, I think even in the consideration stage, a performance could be from, I think just Karthik just mentioned, I guess from impressions to, you know, website visitors to brand.com. I think the thinking needs to change here. If you need to monetize, you need to go out there and not be labeled only as top of funnel. Generally news channels or news publishers come and says, and they themselves only talk about top of funnel. I think it's about time with the tech and with the kind of things which are available in the market. You need to change yourself, you need to think out of box, and you need to say that, okay, in the full funnel journey, where all I can play a role, and how do I make sure that I customize it to the current brands which we are talking to. So I guess the definition of performance also changes when we're talking to different kinds of publishers. For example, a quick commerce or an e-commerce publisher, I would have a different conversation versus when I'm having a conversation with AI kind of publishers, or with even the 2 or 3 giants which we are always into performance. But the conversations today, when I now start seeing with different kinds of publishers which never used to be in the performance, but they have invested in tech, invested in data, invested in measurements, and they are able to come back and say, maybe we are not able to do a CPA or a CPS, but yes, for me, performance is this. This is what your brand actually also needs. So that's fine.
So I'll come back to you on performance, because that's quite a biting issue for us on the news publishing side. So yesterday I was at one of the agencies and I was having a conversation. I was introduced to a planner, and I asked him, how's your client's business? So he smiled and said, it's doing great. And then he suddenly looked at me, because he knew I was from Lokmat. He said, my client does not take news as part of the media plan. So I asked him a question. I said, why? So he said, oh, we have brand safety guideline issues with news as a genre. Then while I was preparing my notes, I realized that when you look at DV360, politics is also marked as one of the categories you could avoid against one of the very extreme categories. But when you move into the regional space, political news consumption runs into the blood of the people. It is a part of the daily conversation. And if you ask me personally, you can get the maximum impact advertising and associating during such events rather than advertising on Truecaller, right? Purely and merely to get reach. So Santosh, coming to you, you have always been someone I appreciate for being very straightforward in your conversation and point of view. So what would it take agencies to differentiate between toxic content and credible journalism, given the fact that when you buy audience profile and when you chase the customers' audiences on the big tech platform, there suddenly the whole definition of brand safety guidelines does not exist much.
First of all, I think most of the brand has moved from a brand safety to brand suitability. So we have to address the larger pie of suitability rather than just a safety part of thing is there, because safety is just one kind of a exclusion on the tech platform that we do. But I think most of the agencies and most of the brands have moved out of just a blanket exclusion of political news or any toxic news or those things is there, rather than we are looking for a more brand suitability aspect is there, whether the content and the context of the content is aligned with the brand values. And that is where I think most of the news publishers they have a very strong chance, but they are somewhere missing it. So today it's not about, so when we compare our audiences, the very simple thing that we always see, when it's a news publisher, it's a credible journalism. It's a journalism where people have a high intent versus a mindless scrolling, social scrolling where the ad is appearing. But why the mindless social scrolling is getting a bigger pie of the advertising is backed by data. It's backed by the signals of audiences, which is not the place where the attention is high, because today if you see on our social platforms, attention is less than 5-6 seconds is there. But still why the meta kind of a platforms or any social platforms are getting more traction is there, because they are adding the fuel with the data backed story. It's an audience which is playing for them, not just about the content is there. Where the news publisher, they have a very credible content, but not oriented towards a solution what the brand is looking for. So I'll give you a very rational, practical example. I deal with most of the automotive brands and big automotive brands there. Where if something coming as a news where I'm talking about India's infrastructure, I'm talking about EV commercialization, I'm talking about adoption of EV or the range anxiety in the people from a very credible journalism, then definitely a brand would love to associate with that and love to, because this is the voice which is more credible, the people want to hear rather than a brand voice, because that's where the credibility of this kind of a content comes in there. The problem comes is there that from a brand suitability perspective, yes, we are absolutely open, and then most of the brands are open and all. But as Karthik said and Vinod said very clearly is there, it's not about remaining in the part of upper funnel. It's about also bringing the measurability very clearly. And the measurability is not just about the CPM and the impressions and where you think. Measurability can be in terms of the share of engagement, not just a share of voice. Measurement can be a brand lift up, how much that impact is coming. Can we create a commerce integration within the news content? That can create much more data points. And the last thing I would say, very important thing I want to present to most of the publishers is that currently most of the monies are going into deterministic data, because we work on a data identity graphs, customer identity graphs. Now deterministic data comes from a logged in environment, where news operate most of the time in a non-logged in environment, and there's a publistic data. How we solve this, and this can be very well solved with the more integration and collaborations within the publisher ecosystem and outside the publisher ecosystem, where the data can be more deterministic, and that can lead to news publisher into the bottom of the funnel as well.
You know, Hemant, if I could just add on, you mentioned that the media planner said that it's all about brand safety, and hence, for whatever reasons, that particular publisher was not in the media plan. And hence what? What did the media publisher do after that? He heard brand safety and okay, he went out of the door, or he could have choices, right? He could have sat there and he could have said, look, I'm a premium news publisher and I have data and tech and measurability across the board, and I have those kinds of audiences which are affluent enough for your client. And he can prove that if he has that with him. Because the moment you start losing a conversation based on brand safety, then you're out of the door. Also today, I think there are enough amount of tech partners available who can do whitelisting or blacklisting of articles or even websites or apps. I think that's where the entire thing comes in, where the news publishers needs to think differently. Because gone are the time where, the audiences look into long format. It is all about short format. And in that, if I can go back to the planners and have a authenticated thing saying that these are my audiences, great. I don't have 650 million today. It's okay. But I have those 50 million. By the way, your brand doesn't need more than 5 or 7 million. But that 50 million is your TG. And when it comes to brand advertising, when it comes to outcome-based, when it comes to data, when it comes to measurement, I have it all. And in that, again, outcome doesn't mean that you're talking about, like I said, only performance-based CPA, CPS outcomes. It can have a different definition. At the same time, measurability also could be brand lift studies, could be talking about attention economy, could be talking about so many other things which you should be able to prove it to the agencies, media planners, whoever is asking such questions. So just wanted to add that.
So Vinod, we at DNP have also been, very seriously exploring this as an opportunity because we fundamentally believe that when you look at a combined inventory, which is available with all of us, right? Today you look at third-party, platforms, big tech, etc., to create cohorts, because as I understand, a lot of buying has shifted to audience buying. What used to be format buying, media asset buying has moved into audience buying. So my question to all three of you, how do you believe you can help us in terms of overcoming, because even today, to be very practical, we are always looked upon as a top of the funnel, or sometimes there in terms of middle of the funnel, right? But as I understand, today you all are under tremendous pressure to deliver bottom of the funnel. That is also how the briefs are kind of turning around to you. So if I have to give you a very open platform to collaborate with all of us, the 20 news publishers are sitting here, could you, Karthik, suggest some solutions?
I think I started by saying that move away from just impression-based buy. I think that's the starting point.
No, Karthik, I would say let's get very pointed here. As the Group CEO of Omnicom IPG now, and congratulations on that. Yeah. If you have to come back to us and give us a very specific solution, what would that be?
So I'm coming to that. So one is definitely move. So impression-based buy is your starting point, but you move ahead for each of the client or categories. What is the closest that you can deliver as outcomes? Because the outcome is a very open-ended terminology, and qualifying it very carefully, it's not the ultimate sale, because there are multiple factors. Because a lot of you will say, hey, how can I take responsibility on pricing and product, and we get that. But there are various nuanced layers of outcomes. It could be, and take a leaf from what some of the other digital players, like the Google's Meta already doing, brand lift studies, a very credible way to prove what is the impact on the brand. And there are many technologies which allow you to do that. That's one. Wherever possible, leads equivalent measure. So auto, he alluded on auto. It's pretty much relatively easier to do compared to other categories. For example, a form filled in and how many people came through a publisher's site is something that with a lot of technology one can manage that. And over a period of time you will have norms and benchmarks created. For other categories, little more mass, we'll have to come up with the advertiser and the agency what could be the most credible, closest form to outcomes. Once you do that, I think the conversation itself shifts from, I don't know which part of the funnel, but it is more relevant for the advertiser to talk and agencies to buy on basis that.
So Vinod, coming to you, the last time when we had Sagar talk to us at DNPA, he spoke about a project which you guys are currently working on called as the Bharat Project, right? And truly, if you look at us, that is what we have been doing. We have been creating content and news around Bharat, and so we kind of deserve to be very much part of the conversation there. Now, I'm just trying to link this to the current question. If you have to collaborate with us, right, as iProspect, which is a performance agency, and you're the CEO, both for iProspect and the CGO for Dentsu, what would be the conversation you'd be having with the top 20 digital news publishers in a manner to solve the problem of we not being perceived as a performance platform and move us slowly from top of the funnel to bottom of the funnel in collaboration with Dentsu?
I guess it's not about, just deserving, and by saying that we are deserving and hence we should have that pie or share in the ad dollar. I guess it's about also proving once. And Hemant, don't get me wrong, but I think I have met a couple of publishers and I keep meeting them. And all the time, whenever I meet the representatives or the people who come and they talk about different kinds of large formats, and they talk about the same, CPM, the CTRs, the VTRs. And sometimes I have gone to a conversation where I say that specifically if I talk about news, it's perishable at the end of the day. If you don't monetize today, you will have another inventory tomorrow. Hence, isn't it better that maybe if there is a consortium, I don't know, can get together and put down all the kinds of, first is, there's a lot of work to be done here. It's not that easy. First is get all the taxonomies right, get the formats right, have a kind of a data play which talks about, and I think he spoke about it, a deterministic. If you're going to take up a media share out of the QCom, the e-commerce, the programmatic, the performance giants, you need to be equally relevant in that media plan. Otherwise, just by saying, I think I have so many million impressions doesn't work. Hence, there is a data play, there is a measurability angle which needs to come back from a news publisher themselves. Of course, it's an agency and a client saying that, do I have the right attribution to give it to you, saying that, yes, these are the kinds of outcome-based mechanisms you said that you give me, but is it actually at the same time? It has to be transparent. I think today there are multiple tech and tools, data clean rooms where people can come there programmatically or on the performance tech, we can pick up that inventory and can be monetized. But to answer your specific question where you said where we can play a role, I think we are already on a path to work with a lot of long tail where we are creating them as maybe, if I could say, a third vertical or the fourth vertical on performance. And that's the kind of inventory today, if I compare, has it been great working? No, it is not. It's taken an effort and we continue to build that as an ecosystem. But it will definitely maybe in some time be, I won't say as cost effective, but a definitely third or the fourth channel of performance in India. And hopefully sooner than later.
Santosh, my next question to you. So while we spoke about a lot in terms of performance, the other aspect I'd like to quickly touch upon is television. There has been, significant investments on the television side, which has been the linear television, and then it has, gradually and naturally moved on to streaming on YouTube, and now we are talking about connected TV. So while the connected TV numbers are small, it is part of every media plan because there is a huge optimism around CTV. But again, when you look at from the publisher's point of view, we are again getting into the trap of being served through a big tech platform. So what used to be a 10-second commercial buy, will it end up being a CPM buy? How do we save ourselves?
Okay, that's a very straightforward question, I must say. But see, to answer this, I think from an agency point of view or a brand point of view, we do not see a television or a CTV, we see from a content perspective, how the content is being produced and how the content is being consumed. So on a consumer side, the content is consumed by CTV or streaming on the mobile or YouTube, whatever is there. And of course, the data clearly shows that the growth is happening on the CTV front and all this like that. Now, there's another positive side which as a publisher we need to look at is that the CTV is providing you the more data points, much more better measurements, which was not available during the, in the linear TV ecosystem. The news publishing has to leverage that data ecosystem in order to really remain in the race with the big tech giant, because that's the first opportunity, straightforward lying with that. The second thing is, which I particularly feel is, that measurement framework still is very much missing. In terms of CTV, there's a blur line, whether the mean line planning has to be done or not. Most of the agencies are into video neutral planning and the clearly on the incrementality part of there is there. But I would say if there are better measurements to measure the impact, measure the influence, measure the audience attention, and these kind of measurements, if we really put across, or as an association, if the news publishing association can bring those kind of measurements, can really bring the lot of changes there. The second solution is very straightforward, is the brand solutions. Because end of the day, outcome is not about just a sales or just I would say lead or something. Outcome is about a customer experience. The experience can be built with the 360-degree stitching of the content, whether it's a CTV, digital, or any other way. And that where, if you start having those discussions with the brand, there's a larger play.
But you would still be tempted to buy at CPM and not a 10-second slot as a linear television. You didn't answer that part. How do you see the future for us?
Okay, I'll, honestly speaking, it will definitely go on to very modular buying. That depends on, so CTV, there's a slot buying also happens and CPM buy also happens. So it's both are available today. It is up to us that how we premiumize the entire thing.
Okay, we'll quickly wind up with last two questions.
Hemant, sorry, if I can add to your last point. There are enough and more publishers currently which has changed the goalpost, yeah? Which has changed from spot buying to impression buying on CTV. I don't think so. Agency has a role to play there, sir. It's all about how you value that inventory and how you package it and sell it. But yeah, CTV is on affluent audiences and most of the brands are looking into that. So.
But do you derive more efficiency in buying CPM or 10-second slots?
If you work backwards, I think it works on CPM also.
One thing I want to add, Hemant, it's always not about efficiency, it's effectiveness as well. And we, as a news publisher, I would say, should remain in the space of effectiveness. It will do well.
So last two quick questions. Karthik, if you look at our lives today, and I'm sure your life is not very different, sandwiched between the clients and the other agencies you compete with. But for us, we are currently in a very challenging situation. AI and now, living in the phenomenal zero clicks, which is impacting our traffic. And on the other hand, our conversations with you all, where most of us don't get briefs if you don't have a preferred deal. And beyond the preferred deal, there is also tough negotiation on unit economics. So if you ask me personally, there is nothing called pricing left. Everything has become a commodity. So how does a news media business survive in future when it is completely sandwiched in terms of trying to hold on to audiences at one end and I would say pricing on the other hand?
I understand it's a big challenge. It's not going to be easy. So firstly, I think at the news publisher side, there is some mindset reset is needed. You can't run a digital publishing business with a legacy mindset of what you could have done on print. The print business is a placement business. The digital publishing business is a tech business. And that's not only for the publisher side, it's same thing happening in the agency side. The media agency business used to be a placement business. It has transformed into two forms. One is tech at one end and risk at another end. Not many people talk about it. Tech intuitively everyone here understands, but equally risk. When a client wants a certain business, certain targets, many agencies today, and we know this here, and the performance side that we have spoken about, agencies are not just even taking targets on some of the business goals. Say for example, BFSI, it could be opening up a new bank account, which is the ultimate goal from a bank's perspective, like what they call CASA, current account, savings account. And agencies are taking a goal saying, I will deliver that. Despite whatever your problems in distribution, I don't know where your branch is. Now that's the level in which all the countries globally, and India is no exception, we have moved there. So recognize the fact that it's a shift from legacy mindset, and the people who are running maybe have to be thinking differently. The second is, rather than reinvent and say, I will start from beginning, there is enough and more that in the last 15 years, some of the bigger players have already done. Take a leaf, at least start being a little bold here, start copying some of those things. It's nothing wrong in doing that, because what you are taking is best practice. And if you can adapt that, unless you do that, it is going to be a problem. And I'm not going to mince my words, because then the share will keep dipping. The agency folks are today, what we are doing is the reflection of what is happening in the market. Our meetings are not just with brand managers. Today, agency folks, and many of here, I can see Prasoon here, maybe there are some other people sitting here. We are meeting the founders. We are meeting stakeholders who are putting their money. So the questions are not just coming from a CMO. It's coming from family office money. And they want quick results. So that problem of both short-term, long-term, I think that's spoken to death in our industry, but that's the reality. You can't run away from it. So the advertiser side, they have their challenge, but at least on your side, do some of these best practices, which is already laid down by some big players. Take a few of those. And then the mindset is of how I can become a tech solid company. And then media is one of the entry point, but I have to seriously think about tech. Agency world is the same. All the real noise on AI and good work happening, everything is happening. Why it is happening is it is impacting people's life. Today morning I was writing an email, and I felt that the email was a very longish mail. Nowadays you don't write. So I just did a co-pilot. It gave me a fantastic version. Why would I not use it? And so I come from a camp of where it is balanced. We don't have to bash up. Even if we bash up, the technology is going to stay. So let's get real here.
Thanks, Karthik. Vinod, some quick ideas from your side, since most of us are in the midst of our AOPs. Any ideas from your end which could probably help us at least imagine some growth numbers for next year?
I guess, Hemant, when you ask saying that the media dollars needs to flow in for news, I guess I would also want to repeat the same things which we've been talking about in the last few minutes. I guess somewhere the mindset of the news channels needs to, or publishers needs to change. Before they see revenue, they need to also invest into what it's called on the latest things which are available. When you compare yourself to the giants which we're talking about, there is the data, there is measurability. There are a lot of things which currently is now table stakes. And if we only come and talk about upper funnel and we talk about CTRs and CPMs, it's not going to cut the ice. When Karthik just spoke about the risks and other things which the agency does, when we have meetings with our clients, the clients also expect us to put skin in the game. And there's always a variable component. I don't see that happening from any of the news publishers, where they say that, okay, this is the things which we are ready to offer you. And if that doesn't work, I'm okay to take that cut. Or I'm okay to do the promise to you till the time I deliver. That builds trust with me builds trust with my client as well. And I've had these conversations, Hemant, with news publishers, people who come and meet us. But I don't see that opening up. And hence, I think it's high time that people need to think differently. Just don't go about saying that I need to be part of the every single media plan and I deserve it. We would genuinely want to understand what will you do for our clients and customize to different categories. Every client category may require different types of things or inventory or audiences or geographies which you may have. But I don't see that even in the pitches being made today. So that's my...
Santosh, some quick words from you, if you would like to add beyond what Vinod has just shared.
Sure. I would say we already spoken about everything is there, and let me ask a very transparent, fair questions to all the publishers sitting here. How many of you have deployed DCR in your ecosystem? How many of you have really created API ecosystem where you can work with the wall garden ecosystem? How many of you have really find out that how the content and audience planning and depth of the audience can be measured on your platform? I would still say it won't be, the answer is not into majority. And that is where I particularly feel that if we really work only on the three things, out of that, the two has been earned, one is still in the middle. One is trust, which newspaper publisher is already earned. Another is the transparency, which is the work we are doing is there. And the last, technology piece. If we tie up these together, I think problem will be solved.
So thank you so much, Karthik, Vinod, and Santosh for joining us for the panel. And thank you so much for your valuable inputs. I hope we also kind of huddle together and try to reimagine some of the pieces and make a better pitch to you guys next time together. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen, for that insightful conversation. Requesting Mr. Hemant Jain to kindly present a token of our appreciation to our esteemed panelists for their time and perspectives. Thank you, panelists. We deeply appreciate the thoughtful perspectives on the new media equation, and it is one we all need to carry forward. If the playbook is being rewritten, the economics must be too. AI is generating content, platforms are controlling distribution, publishers are fighting for fair value. The equation has fundamentally changed. As we dive into the new economics of content in the AI age, I'm honored to invite our esteemed panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming them on stage. Mr. Toshit, co-founder and CEO of Tollbit. Mr. Gautaman, founder and CEO of Saptarushi. Mr. Marcus, head of Spring Serve and Revenue Strategy Asia at Magnite. Gentlemen, please join us on stage. Mr. Aaron, Regional Director for Southeast Asia and India at Taboola. Mr. Bharat, founder of 2B and former CEO of Jagran New Media. And now to steer this important conversation, I invite our moderator, Mr. Puneet Jain, CEO of HT Digital, to take the stage and lead the dialogue forward. Gentlemen, wherever you're comfortable, please. Mr. Jain, over to you.
Thank you.
A very good afternoon, everyone. We have had an engaging session so far at the DNPA Conclave 2026. And I think we are the only people between lunch and all of you. But I think we are into one of the most important conversations of today, where we'll be discussing new economics of content in the AI age. And if I take some cues from discussion so far, we are referring here not just any content, but credible content, content for social good, and potentially privileged content. However, we are living in times when AI is disrupting our industry many times over. At the same time, it offers opportunities to reimagine like nothing else. Distribution is changing, consumer behavior is changing, and attribution is changing. And who will capture the quality is the fundamental question being defined in real time. So, to throw more light on this question, we have an exceptional lineup of speakers with us today, traveling from all across the world. May I introduce you to all of them? So we have Mr. Toshit Panigrahi, co-founder and CEO Tollbit. Mr. Gautaman, popularly called as G-Man, founder and CEO Saptarishi. Mr. Marcus Pusit, head of SpringServe and Revenue Strategy Asia Magnite. Mr. Aaron Rigby, director Southeast Asia and India, Taboola. And of course our very own Bharat Gupta, founder 2B and former CEO Jagran New Media. And I am Puneet Jain, CEO of Hindustan Times Digital, who will be moderating this session for you today. Firstly, I thank you all for joining, and thank you for supporting us. Several of you are co-sponsoring, so thanks for that. I think I'll start with the most pressing question that is sort of ahead of us, which is, and I will pose this to all of you, and I'm looking for a quick response here. In this AI age, AI-led monetization, whether it's by advertising or licensing or through any other means, is something a realistic, significant revenue that we can expect as publishers over the next 12 months. And let me start with you, G-Man.
Sorry, me first. I think there are others who can have a better view on this, but in my view, I think 1 year is too short a time to make any predictions on this. Okay. I think should be more realistic about generating revenues out of this, for the simple reason that appropriating the licensing itself is not yet established. Okay. So where is the authority lie? Who authorizes it? Who creates it? And therefore, the discussions about central node to appoint to give the license or distributed licensing is still not yet decided. So I think the jury is still out. Expecting any revenues out of AI-based licensing for this 1 year is too early for me.
Okay, okay. I'll go to you.
To me? Okay. Look, it's a very important topic. Obviously, it's a very heated topic over the last few weeks. I think it's extremely important to have a point of view. And do I think it will make revenue in the next 12 months? It really depends how good you are at negotiating. And having negotiated with some of you, I'd suggest maybe it will deliver some revenue. But I think what's important is not just thinking about how to export data and work with data partners and pushing that data for modeling. It's also how you can, in the next 12 months, bring AI into the ecosystem. It has to both happen. It can't just be sending out. It's got to be bringing in tools like Taboola and others where we can help, and others can help, unpack opportunity, unpack audiences, look for optimizations, and consistently and continuously looking to find that extra, value that you can deliver to your readers and, of course, to advertisers as well.
Okay, I'll take it as a qualified yes. I think moving to you, Marcus, what do you think?
Thank you so much for having me here. I'm going to be the first one maybe to raise my hand. And when it comes to, you know, licensing content for AI and models to, it's not my area of expertise. I'm not going to sit here and pretend it is either. But I give you my personal take on it. And usually from experience when it comes to new business models and concepts, and in order to get them more widely adopted by the industry, it usually takes a slightly longer time. So in regards to that time frame that you were referring to, I might be a little bit skeptical. But again, that's more of a personal view.
Okay, okay, sure. Bharat, what do you think? And you have seen from, I would say, both the sides.
So, thanks, Vineet. So, I feel it's first important to understand how is the technology changing the ecosystem. What are the things that are getting added on and what are the things that are getting subtracted, right? So, I think amongst the things that are getting subtracted, the original ecosystem has changed. We've moved away from a simple phenomena of content discovery, engagement, and monetization. And now the way the content is getting discovered, it is almost like clickless. It is getting remixed. It is getting engaged without any attribution. So I think that is cause of a concern. But the answer lies in, as publishers, how do we accept this change and rebuild a stack which can provide new lens or layers for new types of monetization. I think we need to really innovate.
Thanks, Bharat. Toshit, what do you think? And you are directly operating in this line of business.
Thank you, Puneet. So I'm perhaps going to give a little bit more of an optimistic take. I think we started the year, you know, obviously this is a new market. Our goal is to try to get publishers paid. And it's not aspirational. I think it's essential for that zero-click world. We started the year maybe paying thousands of dollars to a publisher, and then by the end of 2025, we're paying out hundreds of thousands in aggregate across the network. So we actually see that programmatic licensing take shape. And I think it's going to be essential for that zero-click world. That's why we're placing these bets across the world.
Fantastic. Thanks, Toshit. And in the previous panel, we were referring to annual operating plan, and all of us, some of us are in the same boat, planning for next year. Your comments, I think I can take some dollars, count some dollars for next year in my plan. So thank you, me and my fellow publishers. I think we are a little better hearing you. I think I'll now move to specific questions to each one of you, sort of referring to the line of business I think you are building, and some terrific work all of you are doing. Toshit, I'll start with you. You are building Tollbit is building infrastructure for AI content licensing. What does the typical licensing negotiation between a publisher and an LLM provider look like today? And what is the leverage as publisher we have? What is the scope, training, drag, and how is pricing be determined?
So it's a meaty question. I'm going to try to wrap it up in 3 minutes for you. The first thing that we tell publishers is it is a copyright problem, yes, but don't think of it as a copyright problem. It's a new visitor on the internet. You have many ways to monetize your human visitors: ads, subscriptions, affiliate links, paywalls. You have nothing to monetize your AI audience. It's a new audience. It's a different value exchange. It's a different tech stack altogether. And when you look at it through this lens, I think one of the next things that we walk publishers through is, I think we were the first company in New York to go to every publisher in, you know, late 2023, early 2024 and say, hey, look, we're not going to help you with a training deal, but what we will help you with something called retrieval. And it was unpopular at the time, but when you look at the scope of RAG, retrieval, grounding, whatever you want to call it, it is a huge opportunity, right? It's that recurring need for access. And when you look at it through that lens, combined with, hey, it's a different audience, it actually shakes out really nicely into a CPM-based model. So at least the way Tollbit works is publishers on Tollbit set CPM rates for usage, and as that content gets used by AI applications, we bill that, right, back to the AI developer, depending on, is it paywalled, is it new, is it, I think I was just telling someone right now, it's the pricing function, there's 4 variables. What is your brand? So are you a premium brand? Second, are you paywalled? Paywall content commands a higher premium. Third, is it unique, right? so you have more leverage. And the fourth, is it fresh? Is it new? New content will always command a premium. And then if I know those four things, I could probably give you a good estimate of what that content will trade for on Tollbit.
That's very interesting. So as a follow-up for you, Toshit, on that, right? You mentioned that how, let's say, the human internet, which is what we have been monetizing via ads or otherwise, what you're referring is the AI internet or agentic internet as being called as, right? So as publishers, we should see is an additional opportunity that we have in place and look at very differently to be able to plan monetization over there?
So when you look at the scope of the opportunity here, right, in the face of declining, stalling subscribers or declining CPMs or declining, say, human traffic and referrals, say, coming from Google, one of the things that we illustrate with our suite of products and where the world is headed is that human attention has a limit. The people will only read so many stories in a day. We will do a Google search and click 1 or 2 links. Bots don't do that. The net amount of content access in the world is about to explode because bots don't get tired. They will read 10 articles, 20 articles to answer that question. The future of the internet is going to be mostly bots. There is no way other than to have a value exchange with them.
Interesting. So just sharing from my own experience, I review our cloud bill every month. And I was speaking to my CTO, hey, this bill shouldn't be rising anymore. Traffic is not rising. But the bill seems to be rising every month, every quarter. He says, now we have more bots who are consuming, in addition to the users who are already there. So that's what I think you are alluding to. So hence an additional opportunity of users who are agents who can look to monetize. Thanks. Moving to you, Marcus, right? Magnite operates one of the world's largest independent SSPs. From your vantage point, what are the biggest sources of value leakage for premium news publishers in the programmatic supply chain? And hence, what are the most impactful yield management levers that Indian news publishers are not yet fully utilizing?
Yeah, it's a great question in 2 parts. I think it's quite easy to get tempted to jump into more of the kind of technical aspects of programmatic and talk about the hygiene of your formats and the signals that you're passing and how are you managing holistically your ad decisioning, etc. But I think the single biggest value leak is the commoditization of the environment, right? It's been touched on multiple times. I think Mr. Meshwari in his initial keynote as well talked about attention as the new oil. I'm not a commodity trader, but I know so much about commodities. When you sell a commodity, you tend to compete on price, right? And I'm not saying that it's not important to, optimize your indirect programmatic stack to get more out of the current programmatic markets, but I don't necessarily feel it's going to be a long-term viable strategy because I'm one of those people who believe that all advertising will become digital. I believe that all digital advertising will become programmatic. So how do you kind of combat this if you now are a premium publisher? And I think a lot of us in this room feels that premium news publisher is not fairly compensated and hasn't been for a long time, maybe in comparison to a lot of other accessible media out there. I think we need to carve out our own markets and move to more of an active curation that we are actively pushing to the buy side. And I think it was quite clear in the previous channel as well. And I think this is true everywhere in the world. When I started in this business about 15 years ago, I was more on the agency side of things, and I had a sales director who told me, Marcus, do you know what agency planners and buyers really dislike? I think he used the word hate, but hate is very strong. It's when you, as a salesperson, you go into their office and you sit there and you said, oh, what do you got for me? Give me a brief. What are you working on? And I think the gentlemen here on stage were pretty clear. We were open to listen with Kim and come us and tell us what you can do for us. So I think that we in this room, and it's already happening to some extent, but it can be done a lot more. We need to take these first party premium environment, trusted environments, put them together in attractive packages. We need to bring them to the agency and, you know, prove out the models. And again, it's so easy to rely back on programmatic as machine to machine and let's work with the signals, but no. I mean, there is a reason why SPO is out there, and SPO can be done for various reasons, and I think publishers need to take their own control of it. And also, we at Magnet, we're already doing this together with the NPA with kind of early stages on launching some, especially around contextual first-party data and building audiences around it to provide more alternatives. So again, early stage, but looking forward to working with all of you to kind of bring that to market more in 2026.
Wonderful. Thanks, Marcus. So yes, as DNPA, we are facilitating a pilot with all publishers to monetize better. Thanks. Moving to you, Bharat. I think you had a very successful stint driving transformation at Jagran New Media. Now you have launched 2P. What gap are you aiming to solve, and how does this endeavor redefine value within the digital media landscape?
Thanks. I think it has been a very, very interesting journey while working with J&M and driving the team passionately. So we were able to grow it to 100 million using content science, using distribution technology, using content economics, right? But the new journey is designed around something very different. And I think throughout the day we have been hearing about how content is now getting produced at mass, commoditized, right? And when you look at the value system, the chain, you have publishers who are producing the content, you have creators who are producing the content, and now you have synthetic content as well. So the volume of content which is getting produced is so tremendous that it's becoming increasingly difficult for end users to trust what they touch, right? And I think that's the biggest challenge, that we are slowly moving into a trust deficit economy, right? And who is in the end accountable for this content? And how do we solve for that, right? How do we move the value system forward? As publishers, we think that just by mere usage of brand, is that content trustworthy? Have we introduced very strong frameworks to ensure that the content can be verified? As networks, are we willing to move away from or move beyond from eCPM to introducing a trust as a matrix, right, or as a signal? And I think these will be the foundation to build a new layer. And what we are solving at 2B is that how do you ensure verification, like how do you verify your claims, whatever you're claiming in your content, until and unless it can be verified, it cannot be trusted. Unless until it is compliant to the regulatory standard, it cannot be trusted. So what is the kind of research which you're putting in? What are the kind of sources you're referring to? And then, and once you start putting these right signals, I think there's a reason to believe that you'll surface more, you can be monetized better, because I truly feel that in this dynamic world, trust will be the new currency, and we will all have to become or change gear as custodians of trust rather than producer of content.
Very, very fascinating. If trust were to be the new currency and actually available for trading, I'm sure it would have been getting pricier by the day, given how scarce it is. Very interesting. I'll move to you, G-Man. If you could design an ideal programmatic advertising framework fit for the AI-first digital news market in India, what it would look like?
Okay, so I'll put it in two parts, Puneet. Context and collaboration. Let me just talk about both. Essentially, AI is all about context. I think if you're able to get the context right, you should be able to market your inventory or audiences a lot better. And the earlier panel also talked about lack of additional signals which you're able to add to your inputs to build a good context. And in the future of a programmatic AI-led stack, if the context is not marketed well, we'll never be able to move an inch further. So how do we get your context better? You probably have to look at additional signals that can make your inputs a lot better, like what Marcus talked about, better curation of audiences. That will help in moving into a right direction. So the context is the easy one to solve. To your question, the second one is very important, okay, so, which is in the area of collaboration, right? Look at telcos, I mean, I'm going back in time. When the telcos were offering the signals, they came together to build a tower infrastructure. They didn't build the towers. The same towers were having signals to offer to all the telco companies, right? That's because it is unaffordable. Programmatic is expensive for all it is worth. It is expensive for advertisers, it is expensive for publishers because you're going to give away at least a part of your CPM to the technological infrastructure. So if you look at news publishers, as a group, you will probably not be more than 2,500 crores or 3,000 crores if you can give or take. And from an advertiser's point of view, you knock off the big tech companies, search, social and others and go to the open web, you are in the last bucket. Okay? I would like to believe that sum is more than its parts. If you can mirror what the telco companies did, by coming together, you already have a panel like discussions like this, you already have a conclave like this, right? In more than any other genre, you guys are a lot more collaborative or you have a forum like this. If you can invest in a common infrastructure, technological infrastructure that helps you to launch, because individually you will find yourself very expensive to put that infrastructure. That helps you to sort of move the adoption of technology in your programmatic framework far faster. Because programmatic, believe me, it is not cheap, it is expensive. The earlier panel talked about it. You have to have 4 more stacked to it, one DV360, one DSP and one SSP and one verification. Who will pay for all those things, right? So individually it's unaffordable. I would rather believe if you can come together in your, if you ask me for a question or a future, I would say sum is more than its parts. You probably will be able to do a much better job. Thanks.
Thanks for that, very useful. And we are sort of doing a pilot as DNPA with Saptarishi right now. Yeah, I think lastly to you, Aaron, how is native advertising model and the performance partnerships evolving in the AI age? And is the CPC model giving way to something more sophisticated? And hence, what are the implications for us as publishers for revenue?
That's a big question. 3 parts. Okay, so how has native advertising evolved? So through the lens of Taboola, we've been on quite a journey over the last 2 years. We've pretty much rebuilt the engine in how we go to market with advertisers. Last year we launched our Realize platform, which is performance at scale outside of search and social. And that's essentially a reimagination of our 17-year-old algorithm. So instead of our spend going to native placements and looking for clicks, it's now looking for outcomes based on the objective of the client, similar to what the agency panel just talked about, right? So the algorithm is now smart enough to go and meet the objectives of the advertiser. It could be a click, it could be a test drive for an automotive company, it could be first dollars on platform for a finance company. So to the second part of the question, moving away from that click to outcomes, which is moving away from volume to value when we look at it through the publisher lens, right? So as we look at the performance of Realize across the world over the last 12 months, we've seen incredible results. We're seeing that the opportunity is there when publishers have a very deep understanding of their audience. They have very clean first-party data, and they have built accountability and trust with them, so they do have a propensity to convert and a propensity to buy. And we're now in a situation where we are seeing outcome-based campaigns performing significantly better on publishers have a much smaller audience than some of the bigger audiences, but they have a very deep understanding of how their audiences engage, interact, and they build that journey with them. So from a, as we move away, I heard the last session, 70% of spend roughly is in performance. As that continues, publishers really need to think about who is your value audience and how do you increase that, build that relationship, build that trust so the advertising dollars can come and find them to convert.
Thank you. Thanks, Aaron. I think I'm being told time's up. So one last question to all of you, and I'm looking for a one word, at best one line answer, which is simply, I think, what would be one single advice to all of us that we should implement over the last 12 months? And let me go in this order. Bharat, starting with you.
I think we need to really introduce a credibility framework within our teams.
And I like the word use we. Thank you, Bharat.
Understand your value audience and build on it.
Okay.
I think you need to kind of audit and own your own demand path, because if you don't define your market for you, I think the algorithms will. And legacy-wise, it hasn't worked out well for the people in this room, so we need to change that game a little bit, and we can. So that was more than one word, I'm sorry.
Each one of you build your own first-party data, for sure.
First-party data. Clear. Thanks. Yes, Toshit.
Can I be a shameless plug? Can I just say sign up to Toolbit? We don't charge publishers. It'll only help you.
That specific one. Thank you. I think with that we come to an end. I think the common thread I hear across the panel is publishers who truly understand. So you want to add?
No, I have something I want to say when you're done.
Sorry?
I have something I would like to try to say when you're done.
Okay. So I think what I was saying was publishers who truly understand their data, who control the supply path, and who build direct relationships with both audience and AI platforms will be the ones who will thrive and monetize bigger and faster. So on that, I would like to thank all of you. Sorry, please, why don't you add?
I just want to, खाना चलते हैं? Is that how we say it?
Very well put. With that thought, let me thank all of you, and thank you all for being a delightful audience. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen, for that insightful conversation. Requesting Mr. Puneet Jain to kindly present a token of our appreciation to our esteemed panelists, Mr. Toshit, Mr. Gautaman, Mr. Marcus, Mr. Aaron, and Mr. Bharat. Thank you, gentlemen. Your thoughtful perspectives have deepened our understanding of the AI-driven content landscape, and we truly appreciate your time and expertise today. Thank you, gentlemen. Truly insightful. Ladies and gentlemen, we have navigated regulation, decoded infrastructure, debated identity, and unpacked economics and influence. And that's all before lunch. Now it's time to apply one universal principle that needs no regulation, no moderation, nourishment. Lunch is being served just outside the hall. Please do step out, refuel, continue the conversation, and perhaps form a few new alliances over dessert. We'll reconvene in half an hour, sharper, recharged, and ready to dive back in. Enjoy lunch.
Sometimes, marketing teams feel like their heads are buried, stuck with search and social, with limited growth. But some teams experience growth with Realize in the open web. With 600 million users across a vast network of premium publishers and AI that makes sure you don't lose your prospects, you drive them to conversion. Thousands of advertisers are already using Realize and experiencing growth. Realize, outcomes at scale beyond search and social. Sometimes, marketing teams feel like their heads are buried, stuck with search and social, with limited growth. But some teams experience growth with Realize in the open web. With 600 million users across a vast network of premium publishers and AI that makes sure you don't lose your prospects, you drive them to conversion. Thousands of advertisers are already using Realize and experiencing growth. Realize, outcomes at scale beyond search and social. Sometimes, marketing teams feel like their heads are buried, stuck with search and social, with limited growth. But some teams experience growth with Realize and the open web. With 600 million users across a vast network of premium publishers and AI that makes sure you don't lose your prospects, you drive them to conversion. Thousands of advertisers are already using Realize and experiencing growth. Realize, outcomes at scale beyond search and social. Sometimes, marketing teams feel like their heads are buried, stuck with search and social, with limited growth. But some teams experience growth with Realize and the open web. With 600 million users across a vast network of premium publishers and AI that makes sure you don't lose your prospects, you drive them to conversion. Thousands of advertisers are already using Realize and experiencing growth. Realize, outcomes at scale beyond search and social.
Check. All right. Check. वन सी नहीं फैंडम काट दो बैटरी डाल दी इसमें वन सी टेस्ट Check.
Sometimes, marketing teams feel like their heads are buried, stuck with search and social, with limited growth. But some teams experience growth with Realize in the open web. With 600 million users across a vast network of premium publishers and AI that makes sure you don't lose your prospects, you drive them to conversion. Thousands of advertisers are already using Realize and experiencing growth. Realize, outcomes at scale beyond search and social.
Check, check, check. ये आ रहा ना? Check. हाँ ये. Check, check.
Sometimes, marketing teams feel like their heads are buried, stuck with search and social, with limited growth. But some teams experience growth with Realize in the open web. With 600 million users across a vast network of premium publishers and AI that makes sure you don't lose your prospects, you drive them to conversion. Thousands of advertisers are already using Realize and experiencing growth. Realize, outcomes at scale beyond search and social. Sometimes, marketing teams feel like their heads are buried, stuck with search and social, with limited growth. But some teams experience growth with Realize and the open web. With 600 million users across a vast network of premium publishers and AI that makes sure you don't lose your prospects, you drive them to conversion. Thousands of advertisers are already using Realize and experiencing growth. Realize, outcomes at scale beyond search and social.
Check. All right, sir, check. Check. All right, sir, check. G, E. Yeah, monitor में भी ले दो. Check. Check. Wire में ना. Check, check. Check, 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 check.
Teams feel like their heads are buried, stuck with search and social, with limited growth. But some teams experience growth with Realize and the open web. With 600 million users across a vast network of premium publishers and AI that makes sure you don't lose your prospects, you drive them to conversion. Thousands of advertisers are already using Realize and experiencing growth. Realize, outcomes at scale beyond search and social. Sometimes, marketing teams feel like their heads are buried, stuck with search and social, with limited growth.
Check, 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 check.
Realize outcomes at scale beyond search and social. Sometimes, marketing teams feel like their heads are buried, stuck with search and social, with limited growth. But some teams experience growth with Realize and the open web. With 600 million users across a vast network of premium publishers and AI that makes sure you don't lose your prospects, you drive them to conversion. Thousands of advertisers are already using Realize and experiencing growth. Realize outcomes at scale beyond search and social.
Check, check. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, check this out. Check, check, check. 1, 2. This. All right. Check, check. 1, 2. Check, check. एक बार
Sometimes, marketing teams feel like their heads are buried, stuck with search and social, with limited growth. But some teams experience growth with Realize and the open web. With 600 million users across a vast network of premium publishers and AI that makes sure you don't lose your prospects, you drive them to conversion. Thousands of advertisers are already using Realize and experiencing growth. Realize, outcomes at scale beyond search and social. Sometimes, marketing teams feel like their heads are buried, stuck with search and social, with limited growth. But some teams experience growth with Realize and the open web. With 600 million users across a vast network of premium publishers and AI that makes sure you don't lose your prospects, you drive them to conversion. Thousands of advertisers are already using Realize and experiencing growth. Realize, outcomes at scale beyond search and social. Sometimes, marketing teams feel like their heads are buried, stuck with search and social, with limited growth. But some teams experience growth with Realize and the open web. With 600 million users across a vast network of premium publishers and AI that makes sure you don't lose your prospects, you drive them to conversion. Thousands of advertisers are already using Realize and experience.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope lunch was generous, the conversations were strategic, and the desserts were worth the detour. The morning gave us frameworks, policy, infrastructure, economics. The afternoon gave us reality, trust, platforms, compensation, and the lived experience of news in the digital age. Before we begin, a word of thanks to our partners who've made this conclave possible, co-powered by Saptarushi, associate partner Tollbit, and partners Magnite and Taboola. Thank you for enabling this critical dialogue. For those joining us virtually, this event is streaming live on timesofindia.com, the TOI app, and all official TOI social platforms. We are glad to have you with us. And if you're sharing any content on social media today, be it photos, stories, or key moments, please ensure you use hashtag DNPA Conclave 2026. In a time when algorithms influence visibility and virality, often rivals verification. What does leadership in news truly mean? Who shapes public opinion? The newsroom, the platform, or the personality? To explore this, we are joined by a towering figure in Indian journalism, Mr. Sudhir Chaudhary, a veteran journalist and news anchor whose voice has shaped prime-time discourse for decades. In conversation with him is RJ Ronak, an artist, entertainer, and entrepreneur whose sharp satire and digital presence have defined how younger audiences engage with news and current affairs. Gentlemen, it's an honor to have you with us. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming them to the stage. Mr. Sudhir Chaudhary and RJ Ronak. Wherever you're comfortable. Over to you, Ronak.
Thank you, Daksh. Thank you for a warm welcome. Generally, lunch के बाद वाला session थोड़ा challenging होता है. Good morning, everyone. I think we are in talking terms. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you. Sudhir sir, welcome. कैसे हैं आप? Can you check the microphone, please? मीडिया की आवाज को दबाइए मत, प्लीज माइक चालू करिए.
Is it working? Yeah, this one is working. Thank you, Ronak, and thank you everyone who are, people who are in this hall. On behalf of DNPA, I welcome everybody. और आज के ज़माने में समय सबसे कीमती चीज़ है जो आप किसी को दे सकते हैं, अपना अटेंशन, अपना ध्यान आप किसी को दे सकते हैं. और अगर आप हमें सुनने के लिए यहाँ आए हैं, तो ये सबसे अच्छी चीज़ है जो आप किसी के लिए भी कर सकते हैं. So thank you very much for your time and for your attention.
और जो लोग हमें ऑनलाइन देख रहे हैं, वेलकम एवरीवन. थैंक यू फॉर ज्वाइनिंग एंड इट्स एन ऑनर एंड प्रिविलेज टू होस्ट दिस सेशन. मॉडरेट करना एक अपने आप में एक रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी का काम होता है. एंड सर को मैं थैंक यू बोलना चाहूँगा. माय फर्स्ट news channel break which I got way back in 2017. It was one of the finest political satire shows on any news channel ever, called Fun Ki Baat in 2017. So that was a great show. Thank you very much for co-creating it. और अच्छी बात ये कि तब से लेकर अब तक हम लोग सेम दिखते हैं, यंग ही हैं हम लोग. सो थैंक यू. और आई थिंक मीडिया के लोग होते भी ऐसे हैं. आशुतोष सर भी सामने ही बैठे हुए हैं और भी सारे लोग जिनको मैं देख पा रहा हूँ. सो वेलकम. लेट्स स्टार्ट दी सेशन. सर, मीडिया को लेकर, एआई को लेकर देयर आर लॉट ऑफ क्वेश्चंस व्हिच वी हैव. शुरू करते हैं. सबसे पहले मैं उस टाइम पे आपको लेकर जाना चाहूँगा व्हेन यू स्टार्टेड टेलीविजन. When you started, TV was not even there, it was starting. 24/7 न्यूज़ चैनल्स तब थे नहीं. You started at that time. आज लोग कहते हैं कि सो कॉल्ड टेलीविजन न्यूज़ चैनल्स लोग अब देखना बंद कर चुके हैं, लोग डिजिटली उसको देखते हैं. सो फ्रॉम दैट एरा टिल दिस एरा, हाउ डू यू सी द चेंज? क्या बदलाव देखा आपने जब पूरी तरह टीवी भी नहीं था और अब पूरी तरह टीवी अभी भी नहीं है, अब इंटरनेट आ गया है और उसके बाद अब एआई की भी बातें हो रही हैं. हाउ डू यू सी दिस?
जब मैंने अपना करियर शुरू किया था 94-95 में, तब टीवी की शुरुआत भारत में हो ही रही थी. और उस समय पूरे दिन में एक न्यूज़ बुलेटिन आया करता था जो रात में 9 बजे या रात में 10 बजे आता था. और लोग पूरे ध्यान से पूरे दिन इंतज़ार करते थे. और तब ये कहा जाता था कि टीवी का जो युग है वो भारत में अभी शुरू हो रहा है. बिल्कुल, इट वॉज जस्ट द बिगनिंग. और उसके बाद धीरे धीरे वो बढ़ा. फिर एक 24 घंटे का चैनल आया, उसके बाद 2 आए, 3 आए, और उसके बाद आज हमारे देश में 400 चैनल्स हैं. टेक्नोलॉजी लगातार बदलती चली गई. मैं 2 आपको एग्जांपल्स देना चाहता हूँ. ये वो ज़माना था जब मान लीजिए 1999 में जब कारगिल का युद्ध हुआ, ये पहला टेलीवाइज्ड वॉर था भारत का और मैं उसको कवर कर रहा था। तो एक बहुत अजीब सी फ्रस्ट्रेशन होती थी कि आपके पास सब कुछ है, आपने रिकॉर्ड कर लिया, आपके पास वीडियो है, आपके पास इन्फॉर्मेशन है, लेकिन कारगिल से आप दिल्ली उसे भेज नहीं सकते और उस फुटेज को आने में लगभग 1 से 2 दिन लग जाते थे। तो ये एक बड़ा फ्रस्ट्रेटिंग हुआ करता था। 2002 में जब पार्लियामेंट पर अटैक हुआ आतंकवादियों का, तो मैं उन बहुत गिने चुने लोगों में था जो वहाँ पर मौजूद थे और मेरे ख्याल से मेरे पास उसका बेस्ट वीडियो, बेस्ट फुटेज मेरे पास था। लेकिन दिल्ली के पार्लियामेंट हाउस से नोएडा में अपने ऑफिस उसे भेजने का कोई ज़रिया नहीं था। उस समय तक ओबी वैन्स आ गई थी, लेकिन अनफॉर्चुनेटली उस दिन हमारे पास ओबी वैन नहीं थी और ये वो टाइम था जब ओबी वैन भी चैनल्स के पास बहुत कम होती थी, 2, 3, 4 ओबी वैन्स हुआ करती थी और उसको बहुत ध्यान से उसकी प्लेसमेंट की जाती थी। तो ये वो समय था जब बहुत ही फ्रस्ट्रेटिंग हुआ करता था कि मेरे पास सब कुछ है लेकिन मैं उसको रियल टाइम पे अपने दर्शकों को दिखा नहीं सकता। और फिर धीरे धीरे टेक्नोलॉजी आज बदलती चली गई और आज हम जहाँ बैठे हैं, लोग कहते हैं कि टीवी का युग अब जा रहा है, अब टीवी इज़ डाइंग नाउ, सोशल मीडिया टुक ओवर और अब तो सोशल मीडिया भी शायद मुझे लगता है एआई उसको चला जाएगा। लेकिन कुछ चीज़ें हैं जो नहीं बदली हैं, जैसे स्टोरी टेलिंग जो 1990 में थी वो आज भी है। आज भी लोगों को एक स्टोरी सुननी है, एक कहानी सुननी है कि उसके पीछे क्या हुआ। क्लैरिटी कभी नहीं बदलेगी अगर आप अपनी पूरी क्लैरिटी के साथ अपना कंटेंट अपने दर्शकों को दे रहे हैं। और तीसरी चीज़ ये है रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी। तो ये 2-3 चीज़ें जो हैं, ये चाहे एआई आए या सोशल मीडिया आए या टेक्नोलॉजी आ जाए, टेक्नोलॉजी आपको कंटेंट बनाकर दे सकता है, लेकिन उसके पीछे जो भाव है, जो फीलिंग है, जो मंशा है आपकी, उसको टेक्नोलॉजी कभी भी डिकोड नहीं कर पाएगी।
AI, you use the word AI. I think इस decade का क्या बोलूँ, इस century का one of the most searched word है and most discussed also at the same time. Do you think editorial voice नहीं रहेगी AI की, क्योंकि AI can produce videos, can write scripts, can create content, but do you seriously believe that it will never have its own editorial voice?
देखिए, जैसा आप जानते हैं, मैं आजकल डीडी न्यूज़ के लिए एक प्रोग्राम बनाता हूँ और मेरी कंपनी उस प्रोग्राम को प्रोड्यूस करती है और मैंने एआई को ऑलरेडी न्यूज़ में इस्तेमाल करना शुरू कर दिया है। तो हमारे न्यूज़ रूम में एआई का इस्तेमाल होता है। बहुत बार ऐसा होता है कि आपके पास रियल वीडियो उस घटना का नहीं है, तो आप मान लीजिए कोई प्लेन क्रैश है, तो आप दर्शक को एक बिल्कुल एक रियल फीलिंग दे सकते हैं एआई के ज़रिए। AI for us is also a tool of cost cutting, to save time, to increase your speed. उदाहरण के तौर पर आज अगर एक राइटर को आप एक स्टोरी देते हैं लिखने के लिए, तो वो 2 से 3 घंटे लगाता है, क्योंकि वो बहुत सोचता है, उसके अंदर अपने बहुत सारे थॉट्स डालता है और फिर उसको करता है। अगर आप AI से वही स्टोरी या वो उसी खबर को लिखवाते हैं, तो AI मेरे ख्याल से 5 से 10 सेकंड में आपको लिख कर दे देगा। लेकिन AI के ऊपर सुपरवाइज करना बहुत आवश्यक है। सो देयर वी नीड अ सुपरविजन ऑन AI कि AI ने क्या लिखा है। मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि 60 से 70% AI ठीक लिखता है, वो सारी इन्फॉर्मेशन आपको दे देगा, दुनिया भर में उसके बारे में क्या क्या लिखा गया, उस घटना के बारे में किसने क्या कहा है, सब कुछ आपको दे देगा। लेकिन वो जो 30% का गैप है, दैट गैप इज़ अ गेम चेंजर, और वो जो गैप है उसको AI कभी भर नहीं पाएगा। उसमें इंसान का सुपरविजन, इंसान का, जिसको हम कहते हैं कि खबर में एक ट्विस्ट डालना, खबर के अंदर एक फीलिंग लाना और अपने दर्शक को समझते हुए तय करना कि आपका दर्शक क्या देखना चाहता है। तो AI आपको एक खबरों के गोदाम में लेकर जा सकता है, जो बहुत बड़ा गोदाम है खबरों का। अब उस गोदाम में से आपको चुनना है, क्योंकि आप पूरा गोदाम अपने दर्शक तक नहीं लेके जा सकते। उसमें से आपको एक छोटा बैग बनाना है। वो बैग जो होगा न्यूज़ का, वो AI नहीं कर पाएगा। वो सिर्फ एक एडिटर या जो एक इंसान है जो न्यूज़ रूम में है, जो अनुभव है उसका, वो वही कर सकता है।
Let's talk about social media, Sudhir ji. Social media has given journalists direct access to the audience, but at the same time, direct abuse, trolling, political pressure. How to handle that? वो impact करता है आपके editorial independence को?
देखिए, AI के बारे में तो मैं बता चुका हूँ, लेकिन सोशल मीडिया को अगर आप देखेंगे तो सोशल मीडिया के जो ट्रेंड्स हैं वो आपको तापमान बताते हैं किसी खबर के बारे में, आपको मूड बताते हैं कि उस खबर को लेकर देश में क्या मूड है, लेकिन वो आपका कॉम्पस नहीं हो सकता। वो आपको डायरेक्शन नहीं दे सकता। तो जब आप किसी खबर को अटेम्प्ट करते हैं तो आपको ये जानना तो ज़रूरी है कि मूड क्या है, तापमान क्या है, लेकिन डायरेक्शन आपको खुद अपनी तय करनी पड़ेगी। मेरा ये भी कहना है कि जब सोशल मीडिया आया था काफ़ी हद तक सच्चा होता था, ऑनेस्ट होता था, बट नाउ सोशल मीडिया हैज़ ऑल्सो बीन टेकन ओवर बाय द मार्केट। के इस युग में सोशल मीडिया को जब आप देखते हैं तो कई बार ऐसा लगता है कि पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू इज ऑर्गेनिक और इट्स नॉट ऑर्गेनिक, इट्स आर्टिफिशियल। एडिटोरियल पॉलिसी डिसाइड करने लगेंगे तो वो सही नहीं।
बट एट द सेम ये रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी को बढ़ाता है या ये बहुत लिमिट करता है, बिकॉज एवरीवन हैज देयर ओन बेस ऑफ ऑडियंस एंड ऑल व्यूअर्स।
देखिए मैं इसको मीडिया पर आपके जो फॉलोअर्स हैं वो आपको, आपके अंदाज को, आपके स्टाइल को पसंद करते हैं और वो जानना चाहते हैं कि इस खबर में आपका टेक क्या है। लेकिन हमारी आपस में ट्रोलिंग नहीं हुआ करती थी और आज सोशल मीडिया पर सारे लोगों को खुश करना लगभग असंभव है और ये जाएगा। जब ये युग चला जाएगा जिस प्रकार से आज आप वापस क्लासिक,
अल्टीमेटली दे आर द फेस ऑफ द चैनल और द इंस्टीट्यूशन। सो हाउ डू यू सी, इज देयर अ सॉल्यूशन फॉर
इंस्टीट्यूशंस से कई बार बड़े हो जाते हैं। प्रेमचंद को आप क्या कहेंगे? अगर मुंशी प्रेमचंद को किसी पब्लिशिंग हाउस में अगर आप देखें तो क्या वो उस पब्लिशिंग हाउस संपादक की वजह से जाने जाते हैं? और जब वो संपादक छोड़कर चला जाता था तो अखबार की क्वालिटी में बहुत ज़्यादा पता नहीं चलता था। सोशल मीडिया के आने की वजह से क्या हुआ कि हम जैसे जो लोग हैं, बट एट द सेम टाइम इस टीचर है, व्यूअर्स का इसमें क्या फ़ायदा हो सकता है? टीचर है, व्यूअर्स का इसमें क्या फ़ायदा हो सकता है? रादर देन कम्पीटिंग विद ईच अदर।
फेयर इनफ सर।
चैनल प्लान करते हैं और आप सबसे पहले ये देखते हैं कि ये पैसा कैसे कमाएगा और पैसा कमाने के लिए फिर
perfect. Looking back at your career and forward to the next decade of Indian journalism,
स्टोरी टेलिंग विल नेवर डाई। अगर आपके अंदर स्टोरी टेलिंग की स्किल्स हैं और आप एक्सपेरिमेंट जो होने चाहिए, क्रिएटिव एक्सपेरिमेंट्स, वो बहुत कम हो रहे हैं इंडस्ट्री। हम वही आधे घंटे का शो बनाते हैं, आज भी वही 1 घंटे का शो बनाते हैं और उसी शो से हम वी आर नॉट क्रिएटिंग स्पेसिफिकली फॉर दैट जनरेशन हु इज नाउ वॉचिंग बना रहे हैं। तो समस्या ये है कि आज भी आपका वही 9 बजे का शो वो देखेंगे, शाम को आप
Requesting RJ Ronak to kindly present a token of our appreciation to Mr. Sudhir Chaudhary. Thank you, gentlemen, for your time, for those insights. Thank you, gentlemen, for the clarity, the conviction, and constantly evolving, reshaping not just content, but the very ecosystem truly means for all of us in media. It's my absolute privilege to work in India. Joining him in this conversation is Mr. Mohit Jain, Chief Operating Officer. Of you to join me in giving them a warm round of applause as we invite them to.
हम लोग का ये मानना होता है कि शायरी में गहराई आने के लिए दिल का जख्मी होना ज़रूरी है। इस बात में कितनी सच्चाई है?
देखिए, मैं तो मोहित जी पहले बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आप यहाँ हैं, बहुत खुशी की बात है, ऑनर की बात है आपकी। फर्स्ट हैंड ट्रूथ, आई बिलीव दैट इफ़ यू हैवेंट, तो उस पर तो लिखा भी है, बहुत सुंदर रचना है, वियोगी होगा पहला कवि, कि भाई ये क्या माँ के ऊपर आप लिखा टाइम दैट आई रिमेंबर व्हेन माय मदर हैड टू गो फॉर अ ट्रेनिंग एंड आई हैव जस्ट टैप्ड इनटू दैट फीलिंग दैट मैं कभी do I do lot of things in fact even in advertising when I have ऐसे ही आप भी अपने मन में एक व्यक्ति को याद रख लेते हैं when
लोग रिश्ता कहते हैं घर पे हो, क्यों कहते हैं कि कोई भी औरत मुतासिर नहीं होती आदमी की अमीरी से। तो अगले सवाल पे चलते हैं प्रसून जी। फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल यू नो आई वाज
देयर इज समथिंग ऑब्जेक्शनेबल और क्योंकि देखिए मैं नहीं मानता कि कोई फिल्म एक
creativity and if I was to just ask a question that imagine if AI gets trained on your work, your lyrics, your scripts and begin to generate a writing which is based on your style, which you feel that, would you feel that whether it is an extension, imitation, or an intrusion, like, how do you see the coexistence of AI in creativity?
देखिए ये this is a question which is asked often. बहुत बार पूछा जाता है. And what will are you scared of AI? देखिए मेरे साथ थोड़ा सा फर्क है. There are people I know in this room, they would connect with what I'm saying. You might not agree with the way I create. पहले तो I never think I am the electricity. I think I am the wire through which the electricity passes. तो मैं पहले तो स्वयं को एक वायर समझता हूं जिसके माध्यम से मुझे इसका श्रेय मिल जाता है कि मैंने वो क्रिएट किया है. तो वो क्रिएशन होता है. It is that time, place, and that thing, and something has happened, and I feel blessed that it passed through me. When it passes through me, see, I think artificial intelligence को artificial intelligence कहना नहीं चाहिए. There is nothing artificial about it. Actually, it's trained on human data. Everything is, what artificial intelligence is actually doing is taking the experiential human data and converting it into something. So there is it's not artificial. It's a first-hand data of someone. Somebody's writing, somebody's experience, somebody's. Now, where I think the distinction comes is artificial intelligence has everything which has been said. But what about the thing which had yet to be said? जो अब तक कहा नहीं गया, जो अब तक सुना नहीं गया, जिसे मैं अव्यक्त कहता हूं, unexpressed. And I think humans have the great, instinct, और अगर आप उसको spirituality करें, तो get into अव्यक्त, which is yet to come, जो अभी तक सबसे सुंदर गीत अभी तक नहीं लिखा गया, सबसे सुंदर ख्वाब अभी तक नहीं देखा गया. So that which is yet to come is not present there as the data. And I do not consider creativity mere jugglery of words or mere, permutation combinations. If you consider that, well, that kind of creativity is very much possible. But अगर आपकी creativity अव्यक्त से आती है, unexpressed से आती है, तो वो human के पास हमेशा रहेगा जो अभी तक कहा जाना बाकी है. और मेरी स्ट्रेंथ वहां से आती है, इसलिए मुझे AI से घबराहट नहीं होती.
ये बहुत शानदार जवाब है. इसमें this also lends us hope to people, जो आपने कहा अव्यक्त है. और because AI जो है, that is something which is the data which is there already and where people can build on that, but something which has not been discovered as yet. And if your creativity stems from there, then there will always be scope for people to appreciate it. No, thanks so much. And let me move to the next part. We are also finding, Prasunji, that these days there is a shortening of the attention span. And people are using their mobiles by the television, the infinite scrolling. But at the same time, we see that a 3-hour film is doing well. There are, long podcasts which are exploding, the return of the sagas, mythological sagas. So what do you think about it? That is this just the attention deficit, or somewhere it is the relevance which has become the new currency?
See, abhi news ke hi, in the context of news, if you see, we feel that a lot of news formats are available today. Often talked about, I'm not the first one would be saying that the lines between entertainment and news are blurring. Those are valid concerns. But if you go back to the human behavior, आप देखिए कि अगर if you don't narrowly define news which is last couple of 100 years way of news, आप देखिए उस समय भी कोई किसी को जाते जाते ये कहता था, अरे वो गिरधारी की भैंस का सुना क्या, उसने एक लाइन छोड़ी और वो चला गया. ये रील्स तब भी बनती थी. I'm just trying to, ये रील्स तब भी थी. तब भी चौपाल में बैठ के डिस्कशन, और जिसे बनारस में अड़ी कहते हैं, वहां पे लोग कहते थे और चौधरी साहब क्या कह रहा है अखबार, ना ये अखबार पढ़ रहा ना वो एक ने पढ़ा अखबार, और उस एक आदमी से सुनना चाह रहे हैं, वो भी होता था। थर्ड थिंग, जब काफी न्यूज जो है उसको कंफ्यूज करती थी तो वो फिगर ऑफ अथॉरिटी को भी ढूंढता था, चलो प्रिंसिपल साहब क्या जाके पूछते, मास्टर जी से पूछते सच क्या है, वो भी करता था। सो अगर आप ह्यूमन नीड देखें, टुडे यू से देयर आर रील्स एंड देयर आर पॉडकास्ट्स and there is analysis and authentic source you're trying to find. I think the human tendency has always been like that. वो मज़े की जो एक की भैंस का क्या हुआ वो भी मज़े लेता था वो, या the women who were sort of साथ में मसाला कूट रही हैं वो भी जो बातचीत करती थी वो भी थी, वो भी एक रोल था, वो भी रहेगा. So when my journalist friends get worried, I feel there is a place. It's just that we have to clearly, of course, there is a huge concern about regulation and policies and how you define it. Those they have to be in place, because let's not take AI lightly. AI is not just a technology. It is definitely redefining the way we consume a lot of things. It's not only news. It's all the professions. I dabble into advertising or films or writing, or today a song is created without human intervention. Full song is there without even getting a singer into it. Yeah? From top to bottom, everything is there. I was in the AI summit. There were few films were shown there which were completely done without human intervention. So yes, we are living in a different era and we have to take it seriously. But at the same time, we have to see that deep down there are certain human requirements. And also, see, humans को अपने आप को बहुत सीरियसली नहीं लेना चाहिए. हम क्या करते हैं कि हमको लगता है जैसे सारी सृष्टि जो है हमारे लिए बनी है, हमारा क्या होगा. इन द लार्जेस्ट स्कीम ऑफ थिंग आप बहुत एक छोटी सी हैसियत रखते हैं, उसको समझिए पहले तो, बहुत परेशान मत होइए, बिकॉज इट्स अ लार्ज, एंड दैट इज द रीजन दिस लैंड इंडिया, ये आप बाहर से ज्यादा सुनोगे कि human race, human civilization, human this, human that. This civilization always talked about सृष्टि and creation. उसने उस पेड़ को भी उतना महत्व दिया था, उसने उस नदी को भी उतना ही महत्व दिया था, क्योंकि वो अपने आप को उस सृष्टि का एक हिस्सा मात्र समझता था. He did not think that I am the end all and be all of this entire creation. आप creation का एक हिस्सा थे और उस तरह से सोचिए, उसी तरह से आप अपने आप को लीजिए. तो ज़्यादा गंभीरता से लेंगे अपने आप को तो हम ज़्यादा परेशान हो जाएंगे. और देखिए, बहुत जनरेशन पहले लोग जॉब्स वॉब्स नहीं करते थे, जीवन उनका भी चलता था. आप ये देखिए, they were also living life. It's not that. अभी कुछ ही जनरेशन पहले आप देखिएगा कि there were people that were they unhappy. What is the parameter that we think that they were unhappy? So I think times will change. ये सारा कुछ, that is the reason Indian civilization ने हमेशा ये कहा कि जर्नी आपकी अपने आप से शुरू होती है, आपके अंदर से शुरू होती है. AI में मैं अगर AI से बोलूँ तो give me the most exceptional thought. See, another problem is there that AI gives you the lowest common denominator of exceptional. Exceptional, but lowest common denominator, majoritarian exceptional acceptance. For example, you said कि मुझे एक कुछ लाइनें लिख के दो about journey and destination. And the most profound thing which comes out would be, say, journey is the destination. So enjoy the journey. Very profound. But I would not write that. I might write that जब मंजिल मुझी में रहती है तो सफर ही क्यों करूं, डुबकी लगाऊंगा. You very basic question आप करते हो, because you are, देखिए जो AI करता है वो, हम कहते हैं ह्यूमन, हमारे यूपी में कहा जाता है कि भाई इसको बनाने के लिए तो सांचा तोड़ दिया होगा, है? इसको बनाने के लिए सांचा तोड़ दिया होगा. सांचा तोड़ दिया मतलब the mold has been broken. So every time human does anything exceptional, वो mold को break करता है. AI creates within the mold. और एक बार जब वो create हो जाता है तो वो mold का हिस्सा बन जाता है. And human exception is breaking the mold. So I think there is a lot of merit in humans feeling that we will always be, but we have to understand what we are not only calculating minds. एक तो अपने आप को माइंड से ज्यादा समझना खुद को कि हम सिर्फ दिमागी जगलरी नहीं है, हम लोगों का जो इमोशनल डिमेंशन है, एक्स फैक्टर है हमारे अंदर, दैट नीड्स टू बी टेकन सीरियसली. आपसे कहा जाए लव को डाइसेक्ट कीजिए, आप उससे इनकार कर देते हैं. आपसे कहा जाए आप अपने बच्चे को बहुत प्यार करते हैं, जरा मुझे डाइसेक्ट करके बताइए क्यों क्यों करते हैं. आपको बड़ा ही एक ये अच्छा सवाल नहीं लगता है. आपको लगता है कहाँ जा रहे हो यार. एक माँ अपने बच्चे को एनालाइज करके बताए कि व्हाई शुड आई लव द चाइल्ड. I don't want to analyze. I don't even want to indulge in it. That is what human integrity is. And that brings me to the fact that AI's future will depend on where AI is anchored. Anchor कहाँ हैं आप? आपका वैल्यू सिस्टम क्या है? आज आप सब जगह जाके हर एक को करेक्ट नहीं कर सकते. AI एजेंट्स भी आएंगे, आर्टिफिशियल जनरल इंटेलिजेंस आएगी, आर्टिफिशियल सुपर इंटेलिजेंस आएगी, वो हर एक के हाथों में होगी. लेकिन वो प्रयोग करने वाले का एंकर क्या है, उसका एथिकल सिस्टम क्या है. आई थिंक वी नीड टू वर्क ऑन द वेरी बेसिक्स, एट द बेसिक्स ऑफ इट. देयर इज अ स्टोरी बाय Anton Chekhov, a Russian writer, called Misfortune. Now in that there are two friends. One of the friends is married and another one is not. The one who is not, he's attracted towards the wife of the one who's married. This person doesn't meet the wife, but talks to the friend, knowing very well that he is very close to his wife and will, transmit all the information to the wife. And he definitely, in a very manipulative way, tells him the things which the woman would like. Very romantic things, his belief system in life, in the way. And this guy is very transparent. He comes and tells his wife truthfully that, क्या क्या बातें करता है, कैसी कैसी बातें करता है, देखो वो. And gradually this woman is falling in love with this man. And that's what he wants. One day, this woman decides to call upon him and says, मेरे को आपसे मिलना है. And he is delighted. कि अभी वो क्षण आ गया है. But what happens is, she meets him to tell him that I know what you're doing. I know what you're doing, and I refuse to be manipulated by you, and leave a man who is truthful, not only to me, to you as well, and he's so trusting. I would go for the trust. I would not go for manipulation. Now, where does the decision come from? The decision comes from the anchoring and the value system. And that's all I'm talking about. AI will do what AI has to do. Hyper-personalization, moment marketing, a lot of things will come here. वहाँ पर लाइन कौन ड्रॉ करेगा? वो हमारा वैल्यू सिस्टम, हमारी शिक्षा, हमारा एथिकल जो फ्रेमवर्क है, that's where we need to invest in.
जी सवाल तो मेरे पास बहुत हैं, लेकिन दिखा रहे हैं टाइम्स अप, बट इतना ज़रूर है कि दैट टुडे ऑल ऑफ अस हैव एक्सपीरियंस्ड अ हाई पॉइंट ऑफ स्टोरी टेलिंग. आई एंजॉयड इट अ लॉट द वे यू आंसर्ड दिस क्वेश्चंस, एंड आई विश वी हैड मोर टाइम टू टॉक टू ईच अदर. बट ये बात ज़रूर साफ हुई कि जितने एहसास है आपके अंदर में, उतने तो शब्द भी नहीं है किताबों में. और अब आई थिंक वी हैव टू जस्ट रैप इट अप, बट आई वुड से दैट आप पोएट हैं तो आपका इस मंच से रुखसत भी थोड़ा शायराना होना चाहिए. और अगर आप इजाज़त दें तो दो शब्द मैं आपके लिए कहूँगा कि जाने कि सुकून सा मिल गया आपसे मिलकर, बस ये दिल हल्का सा हो गया आपसे मिलकर. बातों बातों में ऐसा सिलसिला चल गया बातों का कि हर बात मेरा दिल कह गया आपसे मिलकर. थैंक यू प्रसून जी.
Thank you, Mohit. Thank you very much. Really nice. It's time for the DNPA selfie of the day. that sits at the heart of the creator economy, from creation to compensation. In a world where attention is abundant but monetization is complex, how does content translate into sustainable value? Who truly benefits in today's ecosystem? The creator, the platform, the brand, or the audience? To explore this, we have an exceptional panel representing editorial leadership, digital entrepreneurship, finance, and talent strategy. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Nandini, Editor-in-Chief of The World Magazine, Ms. Malini, founder of Ms. Malini and Digital Entrepreneur, Mr. Dhruv, co-founder and partner at Collective Artists Network, and moderating this important discussion is Mr. Prasad Sanyal, Group Business Head of timesofindia.com, indiatimes.com, and Watchshot. Mr. Sanyal,
calm down timer, so I'm going to dive right into it. In the introduction to the session, I heard it was said that attention is abundant and value is scarce. Let me start with you, Nandini. You're still doing a magazine in this age where we keep saying attention spans have reduced. How do you see that space? How do you sort of see that space? How do you see value being premiumized in that kind of a traditional format?
I'm going to share your mic, Malini. I have always been a print-first journalist, Grazia, Harper's Bazaar, Cosmo, Brights Today, and I love print. I love the smell of paper, the smell of ink. I am an old school print journalist first, but this is not even a print versus digital sort of argument, and it sounds extremely sort of, it's almost in the same stake, basically holders, to give us sort of interviews and quotes. And that is the way that you can bring trust, value into.
Journalists are still resisting that urge to do pure.
I think that what the difference is that today not about a creator economy or any of that anymore. It's that you have to so you have to have a little bit of morality baked in. The one thing journalist, because I'm not a little bit of morality baked in. The one thing journalist, because I'm not a trained journalist, I was just someone documenting my life, and then I just got tagged in your head saying, okay, did you fact check? It's easy not to, but I think that the
trust economy that we're trying to create with the creators and
got to do with authentic. Film, or whether they be from digital first or be from any avenue of popular culture, I think the reality, right? You don't have to be somebody else, and I think that's just magnified on digital. The only some sort of a subject matter expert in your field, right? And each one of these avenues I've mentioned require examples of that. These three tenets are absolutely critical, and that's how we see it as well.
The funny thing is, I started 15 years ago when none of this, there was no concept, there was no content creator. Completely fair to put an ad in a newspaper or a magazine.
Article, especially when it's a clickbait article, the kind that gets you programmatic ads, like 20 ways to lose weight. Those kinds of articles can be written in 30 seconds using AI. And please also bear in mind, AI as we are seeing it now is a little baby AI. This is like a 2-year-old AI. What it's going to be in the next couple of years is going to be a fully grown-up AI, much, much basically smarter, all of that. That means that good journalism is in tremendous danger. You will be having people checking facts which could be wrong. AI can get them wrong. You will have pressures from companies saying that aap 6 or 7 article likho in one day, which we all know is not really humanly possible, but they will use AI for it. AI today, if you actually Google it, the biggest task that AI handles globally as well as here is how to write. People are using it, companies are using it for press releases, for their own company data. Writers are obviously picking it up. A good journalist tomorrow, whether they're on social media, whether they have it on podcast, they have to fight a very intelligent intelligence. And that to me will be the sort of biggest challenge that we will see after this. What will happen to true blue journalism? Is it our duty, all of us, to actually also support true blue journalism? Will we have more apps coming up tomorrow that will actually say, oh, this is written by AI? Will Instagram start to flag things and say this is an AI-generated text? I think that is really where the trust in true journalism will rise, because we're in for a difficult time given what we're seeing currently happening.
Dhruv, do you think AI is reshaping the economics as such? The creator economy is being impacted by AI? How do you see that panning out?
Look, the creator economy is a very, very, very large universe. I think the brutal truth about AI-led technologies right now is that it's penetrated literally 0.10001% of the actual working ecosystem. The fact of the matter is that organizations of every size are still figuring out how to truly adopt these technologies in their day-to-day, and a lot of what's happening out there is a lot of clickbaity doom-mongering. I really honestly believe that, because this is not the first time in human history that we've had a disruptive technology come and make everybody feel like, oh, the world's coming to an end. I mean, literally from the Industrial Revolution to the making of paper and ink to when the internet came in. If you look back at every one of those periods, you will see people, you will see media, you will see doomsayers come out and say, oh, this is the end of the world as we know it. To answer your question very specifically, there is 100% excitement from what we see, which are creator and creative-led organizations, on the prospects of what artificial intelligence capabilities can bring to you. I'm proud to say, our organization is one of the few that has embraced this capability. Right now on Hotstar, all of you can log on and watch Mahabharat, which is a show that has been built utilizing the combination of human capability and AI technology. It is a show where there's not a single necessarily human actor, but there are hundreds and hundreds of writers, technicians. I would dare say that that show has given more real jobs than a show of that scale would have given otherwise, but just from a different perspective. So I truly believe that there's an excitement and there's a realm of possibilities that have opened up, but it's also so much about the mindset. I mean, Prasoon sir, what he was saying last was fantastic, right? AI will never have taste. AI will never have curation. AI will never have that spark of inspiration that only a human being can make. Yes, perhaps certain blue-collar, entry-level, white-collar, basic jobs of the interns, etc. might be challenged, but I think the future is really about how are you using this technology to grow, and we still haven't seen what value AI will unlock on the creator economy itself. So I think it's too early. I think right now, everyone is using this as a way to create a lot of, and doom always makes money. That's the truth. Positivity never makes money. Negativity always makes money in the larger scheme of things. So I think that's what we're seeing a lot of. I'm still learning to see what this does to my organization. We're just embracing it. So I don't want to wax eloquent about, this is adding here and there. All I will say is that every top creator that we work with, and we work with the best of the best in the country, their approach is positive inclination mixed with a certain sense of overawed caution, which is that we don't know what we don't know. And I think that's a great place to be.
I want to stay positive, but isn't there an overall fear that this will commoditize output? Because as you scale, you're producing more and more content, and it has sort of flattened that whole process, right? It has flattened the curve in creating content.
Look, before these ladies go, I want to give everyone an exercise today on this, right? For those of you who don't know, Instagram has a parallel Instagram running right now, which is called Meta AI. Okay, I'm pretty sure Malini will know about this. It's just AI content made at ridiculous scale. I want you to go, everyone download this app. Just do 20 minutes of scrolling on that app. The absolute drivel and rubbish that's on that app right now will make you laugh. It'll make you feel proud to be a human being. It'll make you proud to have the intelligence that you do, because the fact of the matter is that quality does not equal quantity, right? There's a long way to go, and I'll tell you this as well, right? There is an over influx of content in the market today. Never before is there more importance for quality. Never before, back to your first question, has there been more importance of subject matter expertise, going into depth, etc. We are a long way away from, you know, the next Rajamouli to the next James Cameron to the next deep intelligence to come in and be taken over from AI. We're a long way away from the next Miss Malini. Let me tell you that, right? Because personalities and human behavior and connections are going to be even more important in the world we are today, and I very strongly believe that. So, sorry, I'm going to stay glass half full on this one.
I'm going to double click on what Dhruv said, and thank you so much. But I really think what people really need to understand, because we get so scared about AI, LLMs in general are not intelligent per se, right? They're just regurgitating predictive text. They're predicting the next word, like a ChatGPT is just predicting what's happening next in, having scaled billions of pages. So the real value when, okay, the moat is less, right? Now it used to be that you had power because you had media and not everyone had access, so not everyone could make a video. Now, anyone using AI can create the content. But if you're just using AI to create the content and there's no original thought, you are still leagues behind. So the real value will be the creativity, the originality. The human brain is still always going to be the most intelligent, is what I believe. And we are going to use it to outsource and give ourselves more longevity and be able to do things at a scale that's not physically, humanly possible. But the brain is still going to be the biggest intelligence.
I want to turn to, and thank you for validating that. It's a very positive note to be on. But I want to turn to compensation for journalists, for all content creators, for anybody who's doing any work in the space of content. How do you make content compensation, intelligent, structural? Where does this go from here? 5 years on, how do you see the landscape?
I mean, honestly, for me, I think it's community. I think that more than anything else, content is going to lend itself to community. Like I said, you can rent attention, but you can own community, and content is going to feed if the biggest content and subcultures right now, the last sort of reports that have come out are everything to do with gardening, sneakers, subcultures in music that really exist, and that is community. And you can use content to create communities, and that's where the money will be, because these are real people and not bots consuming your content and just giving you large numbers.
Let me just add a little bit more to this. I actually think that AI should be paying human beings, truly. And I think that in the next couple of years, we'll be actually seeing private licensing happening. I don't know if any of you saw that AI fight between Tom Cruise and Brad Pitt. And it was an absolutely beautifully made AI fight. And Disney sued the company that actually made it because they had taken away facial licenses of Tom Cruise and of Brad Pitt. Over the next couple of years, because AI is using human beings to write better and to think better and to code better, AI will have to pay. So every time that it will access a sort of article from ABC's content file, AI should be paying them to access that. Every time AI is using human brains to really come up with whatever it's doing, it should be paying. And I do think in the next couple of years, we'll be seeing licensing coming in, where AI companies like ChatGPT, each time that they crawl anybody else's site, they will have to pay them, monetize it for the real people who worked on that.
I think OpenClaw is already paying humans to do some tasks. So
Yes.
I think you're on the right track.
So, we all hope we really get there sooner than later. But, Dhruv, I'm going to put you on the spot, and this is the absolute last question because I see that time's up. Lots of publishers in the room, and we work with a lot of your talent as well as a lot of other content creators. How do you price your talent? Like, why do we pay so much for the talent that we work with?
Shocking.
Shocking. You're driving prices up.
No. It's a slightly elongated answer, so I'll try and keep it very, very crisp. I think the fact is that there's a combination of economics, there's a combination of what the talent/community brings to the table tangibly and intangibly. The way we approach it as the largest sort of talent representatives in the country is that we genuinely believe that we have a lot of very interesting benchmarks which have been set by the Googles and the Metas of the world when it comes to performance marketing based metrics. However, the intangibles are aspects like community, are aspects like quality of audience, are aspects like how much does that creator have the ability to sell a concept or sell a product, and we are constantly using data to deepen our intelligence on a creator or a creative or a community in those aspects. So I'd be very happy to sit with anybody from your team to understand how it's broken down, if that's not already been provided by my team. But the fact of the matter is that digital performance marketing science exists in deep detail from our friends, the large friends, the social media platforms. We've taken a page out of their book. We've taken a page out of representing talent for 20 plus years and seeing what value they're able to derive. And today I think what's helpful is that there's far more transparency when it comes to what is called attribution, right? If you're able to meet a business demand, it shouldn't matter what I'm charging you as long as you're transparent about what your business outcome is. If you say I want to sell more views of my channel, if you say I want to have more clicks on my website, if you say I want XYZ product to reach more consumers, be transparent about it. Tell us what your profit margins are that you want to keep, and we'll come in and solve that for you as a business solution basis what our talent or our community or our creative has to offer. As long as that's the conversation, it's great. I think the days of treating your talent or your partner like a vendor or like a traditional agency are dead. Because it's far too democratized, it's far too autonomous, it's far too, we are not an agency anymore. We ourselves are running 20, 40 brands at the same time. So I think that's the relationship which will lead to higher outcomes and more yield. If we take the conversation away from what is the cost of this to what is the value of this, I think that's where the answer lies. And I'm sorry I didn't answer your question, but I had to be diplomatic.
And in Dhruv's defense, you should see what the talent charges him.
So on that not arbitrary note at all, right? We're going to end this very wonderful and thoughtful discussion. Thank you, Nandini. Thank you, Malini. Thank you, Dhruv.
Time for the DNPA selfie of the day. Yes. Requesting Mr. Sanya to kindly participate our panelists. Indeed, a sharp, practical and much needed discussion on how creativity sustains itself in a rapidly evolving marketplace. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for our panelists, please. Thank you. Thank you. Building a resilient digital future requires clarity on rules, honesty about risk, and fairness. Who wins the current system? Who wins? Who thrives? And how do we design policy that balances innovation with accountability? To explore this, please join me in welcoming our next panel. Mr. Rajneesh Gupta, Partner and Leader, Economic Policy at EY India. Mr. Shivnath Kukral, Vice President of Public Policy and Government Affairs at PhonePe. Mr. Pawan Duggal, Founder and Chairman of the International Commission on Cyber Security Law. Mr. Vivek Sharma, Advocate. Moderating this important conversation is Mr. Nandagopal Rajan, Chief Operations Officer at Indian Express.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. We have got a very good time for the panel, and that shows in the crowd, which is good because it's a slightly serious topic too. I will, I'll start by, we don't have a lot of time, yeah, it's already showing time's up, so that put me off a bit. But yeah, I'll quickly start by asking everybody's opinion on what they think is the regulatory environment in India right now. Is it a hurdle, or is it something that's helping digital news publishers survive in this market? I'll start at the end. I don't think it's on. Mic, yeah.
Thank you. So what I'd say is that, with the, especially with the coming of the AI and the platforms, the regulations in the digital economy are evolving. They are not set. And what is also happening is that you have a significant amount of competition which is there in the marketplace. Now, it really depends into whose shoes you put yourself and how do you start looking at regulations. So, for example, if you are a platform, then what you're going to say is that these recent guidelines which have come on the intermediaries is something which you may not like, because the whole internet ecosystem has been created on the basis which started in the US in the 1990s, that a platform is not responsible for a third-party content which is there. And so why put us up for due diligence and scrutiny, especially where the technology is evolving. So like this detection of deep fakes and all is not so straightforward, which is there, that technology is not well established. While on the other hand, if you were to go and put yourself in the shoes of the digital media, then one of the things that one hears very often is that with the coming of the AI, things like verifying facts, putting credibility to the entire story, of having done enough research and due diligence before you put out, is something which can get compromised. So from their point of view, you probably require more regulations. From another standpoint, you shouldn't be regulating it. So it really depends in the ecosystem from where you look at it. And I'll say it's an evolving field. It is not something where the dust has settled or you can take a final position.
Srinath?
Yeah, the background I come from, which is traditional media, I mean, if you call TV traditional media, having done social and now in one of the largest fintechs in the country, I can hardly complain that regulation has not been an enabler. If you see in every space, there must be a reason why India remains the largest market for Facebook and Google, right? Meta or Google. There must be a reason why with RBI's enabling regulation and government of India's support, India has the largest digital payment ecosystem. So I think overall regulations have been pretty much in sync. Everybody does say that regulation follows innovation, but what we have seen is regulation in India, at least for the digital sector overall, even in digital media as such, has created a lot of space for innovation to take place. That's number one. The kind of clashes that we are seeing right now, I think was alluded briefly by the minister in the morning and then by the IT secretary, and I heard a lot of people say, is because there is a confrontation between existing laws and the boundaries that digital sector keeps pushing. That has thrown up a debate which DNPA is debating as well. Since I was on the other side, it was interesting to see the perspective that people have about fear of revenues, etc. But on this whole clash that we are seeing right now on sharing of revenues versus that, I'm just curious, and we have lawyers and we have economists here, has the government ever intervened in revenue sharing between companies? I mean, to the best of my knowledge, government likes to stay away. So yes, while there is commentary on it, eventually market forces take over and market forces will figure it out. What is more important is you see the 360-degree life cycle content, which I heard such great wisdom on the stage here, including from Prasoon and some other people and even Bharat. The digital news creators, folks like you who run the Indian Express, are the real content creators of credibility. You are actually what Bharat calls custodian of truth. If you can keep playing that game, to me, instead of saying, hey, government, help me out, that would be better because eventually technology will keep going through its cycles and will come back to you to give you the revenue. And I think Sudhir was alluding, so like, first think of the content fallout is the revenue. I think everybody seems to have inverted that metric right now. So in my broad view, regulation, at least by staying away from digital media, has helped. But now the confrontational points have to be sorted. But I'm a big believer market economics or market forces should drive that.
Mr. Sharma.
So you will have to reframe your question for me now, from the perspective of a lawyer, because that's a market situation that is explained.
No, in your perspective, do you think having a regulation or the regulatory landscape is helping or hurting a digital landscape?
See, there is no question that we are not having any regulation and operating. For a good economy and a stable economy, regulations are to be in place. If regulations are not in place, then everything becomes haywire. Everyone will do everything that they want, and there will be no control. So for controlling, but to what extent the control should be exercised? The control should be exercised within the parameters of the fundamental rights which are afforded by the Constitution of India. So regulations to achieve an end that people could operate within the business of the industry, the IT industry. So these are very, very necessary regulations. And definitely, when I have gone through the regulations, there are many things which can be sort of much more, and I think Mr. Dugal would be pointing it out. So I do not have any doubt that there should be no regulation. Regulations are a must, and it should be there. And then with the changing time, changing dynamics, these regulations are needed to be overhauled very quickly as the time requires. Yeah. That's what my bit.
Yeah. Mr. Dugal.
I think don't wait for regulation. Existing regulation is neither adequate nor sufficient, nor will be seen to be over-regulation. The government, 20th of February 2026, has launched these Information Technology Intermediary Guidelines and Digital Media Ethics Code Amendment Rules 2026. So for all of you who are as part of the DNPA, please be prepared that now you have added sense of new compliances. Number one, any AI generated content on your platform, your duty to notify it and say that this is AI generated. Reasonably, in a sufficient manner. You don't do it, no problem. You just lose your statutory exemption from legal liability. Which means what? Which means that while you are in the center of the digital Kurukshetra, this Suraksha Kavach that the law has provided you, that you can be sued but you can't be sent to jail, or you can't be forced to pay 1 rupee damages by way of compensation, gets taken away from you. Now if that happens, your Pandora box opens up in terms of your liability. That's one. Number two, you will now be required to remove this AI content or deepfake content as told to you by the government within 3 hours. In certain content, within 2 hours. You don't remove it, you again lose your statutory exemption from legal liability. So without having a dedicated coded legislation on AI or on digital news, through an indirect methodology, the government has come through the IT Amendment Rules 2026. That's not the end of the matter. So if you're thinking that that's the last of the regulation, I'm pretty sure that's not going to be. The Prime Minister in the AI Action Summit has categorically stated that India has to move towards a graded response towards regulating AI. So I'm expecting some kind of an AI regulation. Today, there's hardly any sector where there's no AI. And this sector is all for AI. In fact, AI is now the central building block for this entire ecosystem. That being so, we'll have to be mindful of a couple of things. I don't want over-regulation for the industry because that kills industry. Number two, whatever the existing laws are, are we ensuring compliance with that? My reading tells us that majority of the stakeholders do not even ensure compliance with the Information Technology Act 2000, the Information Technology Rules 2021, the IT Directions 2022, and now, lo and behold, you now have a new kind of a hunter with which you're going to be hunted. And this new hunter is the Digital Personal Data Protection Act, which has been notified from 13th of November 2025. You guys have been given just about less than 10 months to comply with first component and less than 16 months to comply with all components. You don't comply with this law, please understand it's an existential threat to your entire business. Why? The law promises you, we'll not send you to jail. But the law equally promises you that you can be saddled with unlimited, very unprecedented fines. How much fines? 250 crore rupees for one contravention. That's the limited fine that you'll get for one contravention. Assuming your company does 4 contraventions, do the maths. And should you say, sir, I don't have the money? First and foremost, please remember this money does not go back to any complainant. It goes to the Consolidated Fund of India, the government of India. Number 2, should you say, sir, I am a digital news publisher, I don't have money? The law says, no problem. You don't have money. The law will consider this as arrears of land revenue, which means a digital lagan. As part of the right of the sovereign government to take digital lagan, the government will have the right to go ahead and attach your assets. The government will have the right to sell your assets. And if that's not adequate, and you say, I'm insolvent, then the insolvency code comes up, for which there's personal liability for the top management, which in certain circumstances mean that even the assets of the top management could potentially be exposed to either attachment, seizure, or ultimate sale. So now you're looking at a legislation which is in any case game-changing. Why? Because you are ultimately dealing with third-party data. This is sensitive personal data. So whether you do anything or not, please do 2 things. Number 1, do your compliances under the DPDP Act. Number 2, please comply with the IT Directions 2022 and the IT Rules 2026 if you want to be in the safe zone. I'm saying, look, it's better to come up in that safe zone of that Suraksha Kavach, come back in the protection zone the law gives you and say, guys, I'm in the protection zone. You can sue me, no problem. You can file any complaint against me, no problem. But the law is promising me I can't be sent to jail. I cannot be forced to pay 1 rupee damages by way of compensation. That's the area that I would want this industry to come in, because any further regulation or over-regulation is a sure shot disaster for not just collapsing, but even for retarding the further growth of the industry.
Sir, since you touched upon AI, I want to quickly come to you on the point, actually regulation and policy have always been chasing behind technology, especially in India. In the case of AI, we don't even know what we are chasing, because that landscape itself is evolving, so fast in a matter of weeks. So how do you counter that kind of a situation?
I'm very clear, India cannot now pass a law and wait for 6 months and for 6 months go back again to Parliament. Why? Because going back to Parliament is a long drawn out process. So I've been advising the government, it's time for a principle-based legislation. Look at broad legal principles, agree on them, put that as part of your legislation, and give adequate flexibility to the government, to the sectoral regulators. Let them come up with sectoral regulations, because technology is moving at a very rapid pace, and therefore the sectoral regulators will be best judged to deal with this scenario. In January, I've launched the AI Accountability Framework 2026, which is a collation of all legal principles and doctrines which governments and lawmakers across the world need to keep in mind as they come up with new law for making AI accountable. It's 2026, guys. 2025 was, should AI be regulated or not? This year, sorry, that's no longer on the table. What's on the table is, guys, when AI causes harm to you, who's going to be accountable? And that's the reason in January we've also launched the Global AI Harms Registry, where I'm saying, hold on, AI has started causing harm to humans. So we have identified 9 different categories of harms, and we have invited people across the world. Please come and report to this registry any of these cases of AI harms. You want to do it by name or anonymously, go ahead and do that. We collect that empirical evidence, and on that basis we now come up with legal principles to mitigating that harm. I think the harm that this particular ecosystem is going to be facing is going to be immense. Already I am facing the hit. Why? My guys are not coming to my websites. They are all using AI, and they are, my traffic is getting impacted. My revenues are getting impacted. So in a scenario like this, if an AI law comes up and I am not adequately well prepared to deal with this, it's going to be a problem. Please understand, we enacted the IT Act in the year 2000. It's 26-year-old legislation. If you want this 26-year-old legislation to now handhold you in the AI age, sorry, you're mistaken. The train has gone off the platform. It's important for you to wake up and say, hey guys, even now the Digital Personal Data Protection Act, which was launched 2 years back, does not mention about AI. This is despite the fact that AI is also becoming a big data fiduciary. AI is today determining how yours and mine personal data is going to be collected, processed, and preserved. So I think a lot of work needs to be done, but more principle-based, futuristic legislation. Why? The AGI has arrived. Agentic AI, we are all using AI agents. By the end of a year, AGI comes in full blown. Come next 2 years, we have super intelligence coming in. that intelligence, that's going to supersede the cumulative intelligence of humanity as a whole. So in these kind of scenarios, putting in guardrails is right now the most important priority. In any case, AI has started becoming rogue, it started becoming intimidatory and threatening. It's begun to threaten AI researchers, it's going to threaten you as well. So when it's going to work against human interest, we'll have to take appropriate precautions to make sure that AI does not go against human interests. We are creating this huge demon, Rakshas, right? This is not a Swapan Sundari. It's a Rakshas. It's in the power of making. We are saying, guys, put your guardrails now. Because once it's fully up and operational, there's no way that particular Rakshas is going to listen to us. So it's going to disrupt our business, our entire mindset, and hold on. While all this is happening, there's a new mindset. More and more Indians have started walking towards cognitive colonialism. We are ready to become cognitive slaves so long as our work gets done by AI. So we are actually rusting our cognitive capabilities, and it's time that the government comes in now and tries to protect the cognitive rights, the neuro rights of people as we go forward.
So, as we talk about capability, Mr. Sharma, I want to ask you, do you think the courts even have the capability for the 26-year-old kind of litigations that are coming up and the regulation that's needed? And how do you think we can solve that problem?
See, that's the problem. We have many problems that may arise and that are arising in today's vertical, and as Mr. Duggal and sirs have pointed out what the market is. But are we having the capabilities to handle the situation in the court of law? So the answer is no. We look at the trial court, we look at the high court, we look at the Supreme Court. None of the courts have the experience and capability to deal with this. None of the judges have this capability to deal with the crimes which are happening with regard to AI, so the damages which may be claimed. The expertise means whether the component of damages arise or not, whether some infraction has taken place or not. All these things have to be determined by way of assessment as to what has been done, what wrong has been committed, whether it is a criminal wrong or whether it is a civil law wrong. So to establish all these factors, the judges have to have a special competent staff, which is not there. So when you say that what could be the answer to this problem, the answer in today's time, though in 20 years' time, we would have lawyers are now in the college, the special AI training is happening, IT training is happening along with the law course. But for the time period, in the time gap of 20 years, how do we handle the scenario? So in my understanding, all the judges require to have special staff like judicial clerks, similarly IT clerks we need to have, which are enabled, which have the speciality and experience to deal with AI related crime and civil wrongs. And similarly in High Court, Supreme Court and Trial Court, and special designated courts should be now made immediately without any delay, because we are lagging in this. So many crimes are happening all around, but at the same time, because of the special staff we do not have, special investigative agencies we do not have, so we are lagging behind. So people are losing their money, hard-earned money, their lives, but at the same time nothing is, no recourse to under the law. So this requires that kind of thought process and implementation. This is what my bit is.
Yeah. Shivnath, so you have worked with multiple big tech companies. So if I can ask you on the regulation that happens there, what is the biggest misconception that you think people or the industry has about how content or policy happens inside big tech?
I mean, I will not comment on any company-specific aspect of it, but I just find this debate quite interesting that everybody thinks we're going to solve what the big tech is imposing on us. Sometimes the big tech itself doesn't know probably what kind of algorithms are driving, etc. And also to understand the way traditional media companies are worried about their revenue models, so are the big tech companies. So they will constantly tweak algorithms to ensure engagement, or reach metrics are constantly changing because they need to protect their MAU, DAU. I think more importantly is the thing that I've been observing since morning is, instead of trying to solve for their revenue model, if the media or the policy looks at what it needs to solve. So one point where I disagree with Pawan a little bit is like, the law also cannot be schizophrenic and keep changing as technology changing. So yes, I agree, while it has to be framework, so harm-based regulation or outcome-based regulation. I think principles are very critical. I think the Indian law does have enough space to address some of the harms, but not all the harms, for example, or address issues like personal compensation. But what this debate should be framed as, I think technology, Nandu, you know, I know, comes in waves. So I think the first wave came where user-generated content became the rage, right? UGC will kill traditional content. Didn't happen, right? Yeah. Very soon, UGC lost credibility. Traditional content is the most credible content till date. So the question now is, if that's the basic rooting or the foundation of digital economy, the question is, instead of trying to solve for their algorithm, you continue to build on the credibility of your content. Tech will come to you. I was talking to Toshit in the morning from Toolbit, right? And the fact that it is less humans interacting with your website or app and more bots. So how do we ensure that we are catering to that? Or Sudhir was saying in the afternoon that is content being created enough for the consumption of the youth or for aged people or the mature audiences? Are you segmenting the audience enough? Also, please understand, today there was a research by EEG or someone saying short form video is killing attention span or killing your brain instinct, right? So the question is, instead of trying to solve for a wave of technology, very soon the form factor is going to change. Phone is going to be obsolete in terms of form of consumption. It could be glasses. So traditional media, according to me, media, I always believe content is king. I know I was laughed at, but content is king, remains king. You need to solve for every form factor instead of worrying about the revenue model of the wave of technology. Yeah. I think that's where it should head.
Yeah. So Yep, we are out of time, but I'll squeeze in one more question which I have to ask Mr. Gupta, is that, of course, India has to now prepare for this massive change in the regulatory framework because everything around it is changing. How is EY looking at India's preparedness in this stage?
Yeah. So I just want to make one comment before I come to this.
Sure.
So I'm not for heavy-duty AI regulations at all. And when the paper came out from the government last November that they want to use the existing laws and regulations, not put a new law or any new restrictions which is there, I was personally thrilled. I think we really need to innovate and not to put guardrails around people. Now coming to your distinct question which is there, so what are some of the things which are being proposed as of today? So for example, we have been talking about this intermediary guidelines which are there. Now, under those guidelines, there's power which is going to be given to DIGs in the states. There's power which is going to be given to people in the center. And I'm not sure whether they all understand how to detect a deep fake, or they understand the technology, or they understand all the aspects of it. So if you're going to regulate something and get people both at the state and the center to come in, then they really need to be educated and they come to speed. I want to give you one other example. So one of the things which is getting talked very extensively in the context of AI regulation is the use of sandboxes. So what you're saying is you go to a regulator, have a sandbox, test out something in a closed environment before knowing what are the unintended consequences. Now that again requires a lot of training which is there. Somebody who's been working on paper, how well does he understand AI or how well does he understand technology to be really able to envisage the entire thing. So just as individuals we are getting our capacity up, I think it's equally important for the government, for the regulators, for the policymakers to get their capacity up so that there is no overreach or you miss out on something.
So I don't think there's a point we'll go another round because we're already out of time. So thanks for this wonderful, insightful conversation. And this is a topic we can all debate and talk about for a few hours before the policy changes. So thanks for your time today.
Thank you, gentlemen. Requesting Mr. Rajan to kindly felicitate our esteemed panelists, small token of our appreciation for the time and insight. Mr. Rajan, kindly, if you could do the honors, small token of our appreciation for our panelists. Truly insightful. Well, one thing was clear, that the future will belong to systems that are not only innovative but fair and resilient by design. Thank you, gentlemen. The ultimate test of resilience, sustainable revenue. India has shown willingness to pay for convenience, for entertainment, for delivery. But for news, for journalism, the challenge remains. Our final panel discussion for the day, getting the Indian user to pay. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Anurag, VP of Product at Swiggy, Mr. Avinash, CEO of OTT Play, HD Labs, Mr. Neeraj Sharma, Managing Director at Accenture, and moderating this discussion will be Mr. Gaurav Arora, Chief Operating Officer of Jagran New Media. Wherever you're comfortable. Mr. Arora, the floor is yours. Please, over to you.
Thank you. Last session of the day, right? So we'll keep it as interesting as we can. Well, it's a serious subject, and it deserves more attention than we are getting at the moment, to be honest. But I have a great, set of great panelists. Neeraj with his consulting and business transformation background, Avinash from OTT entertainment, Anurag from product design. All will have a great, or a very different angle to consumer payments, right? And that's what I'm here to explore, and try and take your learnings dovetail it back to the news media, and see how can we build a revenue out of the subscription models. Now, subscriptions as a model is very important to us because it is agnostic of the traffic, right? It is a true testament of how the consumers value our journalism and the content that we make, right? Just to give you a perspective, how does the subscription fare at this point of time? Total digital revenue, give and take anything between 70, 80,000. Publishers, all the people in this room today, typically get about anything between 2,500 crores to 3,000 crores. And you'll be surprised that subscriptions only contribute less than 10% or close to 10% at best, say about 3,000 crores, 300 crores, in. So that's a very minuscule amount. And that's the model that we failed to crack.
Mr. Arora, before you complete the point, we also have Mr. Jaideep, Head of Digital and Editor at Amar Ujala Web Services, also joining us on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for Mr. Jaideep. Definitely some insightful conversation happening.
So I believe there's a mix-up here. Soumya from Kantar was supposed to be a part of it. So, and welcome, Jaideep. Thank you. You will add another.
Sorry to, crash the party.
No, we are more than welcome. I needed a publisher perspective. So it's great that you join us, right? Absolutely, so we more the merrier on the publisher side, so we can brainstorm and see how can we, get this stream going, right? So anyway, so I'd set the context and I'd said, the subscription revenues are far too less than what they should be. We failed to build a model that can, scale, right? So Avinash, I'll start with you. You're a part of the media company, right? And you have a ringside view of what's happening, though you have a product which is slightly, different than new subscriptions that we are talking about. But tell me something, what is it that streaming and OTT have, cracked that news media companies have completely failed, right? What do you think? Is it a habit problem, or is it a pricing problem? Is it a market fit? Is it the product? What is it that is missing, and what is it that news media should be doing to get a, line share or a better share at this point of time?
See, I normally try to wear a user's lens when I try to analyze these kind of problems, right? More importantly, it's a combination of all this, but more importantly, I also think it's a psychology problem. Okay, so let's look at it from a pure medical perspective, right? OTTs solve for dopamine. They're a dopamine hit. News solves for cortisol, right? When you're talking about habit, right? Let's see the consumption pattern. News, is something which you consume in the morning with your chai. OTTs are something which you consume in the evening with your peg. Correct? And that forms the basis of consumption, right? What is a news hook, right? One article leading into the other, leading into the other. That's not as strong as one piece of content leading with a cliffhanger into the other, which is now literally running on steroids with micro dramas, which are like 2 to 4 minutes, and every micro drama has 3 or 4 hooks or cliffhangers written into the script because of the attention deficit disorder, right? You're not literally craving for content. You're actually craving for attention, and you're craving for retention. So that's the bus I think we seem to be missing, right? If you just look at pure math, right? 44%, we are not saying that subscriptions are lost cause. 44% of people who watch streaming services subscribe to them. I mean, out of 144 people actually subscribe. And OTT watching is a recent phenomenon. It's a 10-year-old phenomenon, maximum. But news reading is an extremely old phenomenon. If you actually look at the numbers, even now, if you push it, it's 21 to 22% of people literally consuming news as a subscription service. So I'll tell you things, right? Like for example, news makes sampling so tough. You have to read 2 articles and then the third you need to pay. OTT has made it simple, right? You sample it for 1 month, or you watch so many episodes free. You want to watch it, or you don't want to watch it, jump off. So you need to understand when you need to push and when you need to pull. And there are lots of things which, you know, a static medium like news, which is predominantly information, can learn from a dynamic medium like OTT, which is pure cinematic motion, right? So it also caters to the different sides of the brain where you're actually consuming the content from. So I think these are the base level problems, right? But having said that, you know, even on a subscription ecosystem, SVOD has fallen by 2% on OTT. It's not that it's literally growing, and that's exactly why even after you subscribe to the OTTs and you take an ad-free model, there is a large OTT player which pushes ads in the live stream, right, of the cricket match. Aaj shaam ko bhi aapko dikhega. So that's the nature of the beast, right? So yeah, these are my initial thoughts.
Quick follow-up, Avinash. Do you think audio-visual format or a video on the news side will have a better uptake than compared to a text subscription? Is there a business there?
No, so many people have always, wondered whether a news OTT will work. We already have news OTTs, right? You just imagine all the news channels all put together. The biggest news OTT I know is YouTube. 55% of all news is actually consumed on YouTube, and it runs literally on ads. So how will a subscription model on news work unless you create it in a particular way, or you approach it with another lens where you focus on the story rather than just information. See, your Family Man or the shows which you're seeing right now were all newspaper clippings, and now they've been sensationalized and made into full-fledged web shows. Now, the way news is treated is what I think can, enhance paid news consumption rather than, pure play.
Got it. We need to do a better job, nutshell. Anurag, from you, a unique, you're a product person, right? Swiggy's built a subscription model, Swiggy One on top of the regular transactional model. Is there any psychological product design insights, you think that make it work? And which one of those do you think can be applied to the news as well, right? I'm talking, Avinash spoke about content. My question to you is more on the product and the, psychological hacks that you put in for people to consume or people to, subscribe rather than just do the transaction.
Yeah, I think when we think about what value we're offering through subscriptions, I was saying that when we think about the value that subscriptions are offering, right, we have to think about what consumer problem statement that you're trying to solve, right? For us, a very big mental model shift was when we thought that, hey, what does Swiggy One do? it may come across as a discounting program, right? I mean, you get discounted deliveries over there, but that's really not it. I mean, the mental model shift for us was that we are not selling free deliveries, we are selling a mental bandwidth to the users. So what happens is that whenever you're a user of a consumer of food, on Swiggy, right, you go to the platform, you see that on a hot evening you try to get an iced tea, you'll see that, hey, there is that delivery charge in your cart, and that moment you pause and you think that is this money worth this particular iced tea that I'm getting right now or not? And that pause is where we lose many of our transactions. So how do I take that pause out of the decision making? How do I simplify the decision making over there? So I think that in our case at least, the consumer insight that has really worked is that I need to free up my consumer's mind just to focus on ordering and not thinking about what's coming along with it, right? And that's really something that has worked for us. How do you make the whole process friction-free so that I can predictably say that every time you come to my platform, you will get this, and there's not going to be any friction added to your cart when you try to buy from us. And that's a single consumer insight which I think stands really out for me. And I think that's what even the media agencies, media also needs to think about, right? I mean, we have to think about where is the friction in the consumption of content coming in, and how do I remove that? Is it because you're paywalling every article that I try to read, and that's what's causing friction? Because that's every decision, every article there is a decision over there. Or is it because my feed after subscription consists of some 5,000 articles and I don't really know which one I should read because my time is also very precious. I need to think about what I need to read first. So that's the other kind of a friction. So if you clearly identify what is the consumer friction in the journey and you try to remove that and offer a subscription based on that, I think it should really work.
From product point of view, just reduce anything that distracts. If the user's
Exactly.
there to subscribe, give him all the access and easy access to just go through with a friction-free transaction. Great, thanks. Yeah, please.
So interestingly, we've noticed the opposite phenomenon, okay? So when you look at it, news, right? News originally, when I think were in school, was a habit. Right now, it's event-based, right? And I've noticed the same phenomenon even in OTTs, right? Subscriptions are extremely based on whether the IPL is on or there is sport which is on or some movies released, etc., right? So what we've done is we've gone the other way. So we've said, let's be truthful to the customer. So we've introduced a pause. Ki yaar, you've taken a yearly subscription, okay? And if you want to pause, you can pause for 2 months. Because what you're consuming through our personalization, we realize that you're not actually going to be watching anything. Here, you save this money, come back after 2 months. And that's adding value to our renewal.
I think it's a great, incentive to the users. So they're not
because
wasting
you're truthful
time
to the
and money.
user, yeah.
Absolutely.
So
No, great.
मैं बताऊंगा हमने पेवॉल के साथ जो एक्सपेरिमेंट्स किए दिल्ली के विधानसभा चुनावों की लिस्ट पढ़ने के लिए लोगों ने पैसा दे दिया जबकि वो लिस्ट सबके पास हो सकती है बट उसी वक्त उसको पढ़नी थी और उसको पेवॉल में डाल दिया मेरे एक डेस्क एडिटर ने और लोगों ने उसको पैसे दे के पढ़ा तो लोगों के अंदर एक विज्ञापन देखना बहुत पसंद है वो कहते हैं आने दो
कंटेंट से नहीं आएगा अगर आप किसी तरीके से उस सो एज आई वाज सेइंग कि आप डेप्थ बिल्ड का मेंबरशिप फीस मैसिवली हाई बट लोग देते हैं बिकॉज देयर इज यूनिक एंट्री बैरियर अगर दें तो शायद संभव है कि आप सब्सक्रिप्शन से लिए पैसे ले सकते हैं
जो चल रहा है चलने दो
You mean strategic investments by which are worth subscribing to? Because once you build those products, you will get on Slurp, which is a subscription. It can be a subscription-based product if he wants.
So Avinash, coming to you now that he's mentioned, you are HT Labs is an innovation vehicle for HT, right? What are the most promising subscription product experiments that you are currently running or watching closely as another?
I've learned that the hard way, right? हर बंदे का अपना औकात होता है, right? So you losing out on the money. So 59 rupees. That guy, he sees all the logos. Angrezi mein, I'm talking here, but the minute I get off, I'll be on top or on level with what's happening in the cities. It's still aspirational. Like how English was aspirational at one point in for us. And my pricing is dependent on that.
I agree. And one last question to you, drive retention. And is there anything that you think can be dovetailed into the news media subscription?
Right, I mean, personalize, you know, not just what we present based on who you are, but at so if you're an office person sitting in your office and opening the app in the afternoon, we'll show you desk key happening in your town so that you can actually opt for that. So the immediate point I'm trying to personalized, depending on who you are, what time of the day it is, and what are you. And not just the stuff that you are reading in the one go, but stuff that you have not explored so far. That the kind of plans that I actually sell you can also be personalized, depending on choice out there. We're telling you that this is what you need and here is what you should buy. So it plays
one, you know, as short as it can get. I'll start with Jaideep. And the question is,
itself खबरों के लिए पैसा नहीं देंगे, but experience के लिए पैसा देंगे. आप कितना personalized experience दे रहे हो और उसके साथ उसको solve करना पड़ेगा.
Depth. If you have depth, people will pay. I always noticed that the concept, I mean, even I'm kind of very anti or not very pro this concept of hard proportionate to the lesser amount of time he spends to get to the piece of content.
the scale in terms of the revenue or anything else, but it's just that more and more people at least experience it, right?
Biggest friction that I see in the media, right? I mean, I don't know what to read. What is the most relevant thing?
I think this is a warning call now. We need to get up, else they will start.
So I just have one answer. Pay for new subscription or whatever, but I mean, we should the way New York Times and the other players are going.
So the honorable minister today morning had a very good.
Hope you got that. The mistake free and trying to get the content discovered and making the money from advertisement itself. The money should be made from the content we produce and the
from platforms, innovation from publishers, and engagement from audiences. Today, ministers, regulators, CEOs, and journalists. Once again, our gratitude to our partners, co-powered by Saptarushi, associate partner Tollbit, and partners Magnite and the in India. The playbook is being rewritten. Let's write it well. My name is Daksh.